Good morning. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, May 4th is hereby called to order. At this time, as the first hearing of May, allow me to first take a moment to recognize our Older Americans Month. We normally have quite a few activities to celebrate with our seniors, but unfortunately, COVID, have taken us in a different direction. So for the last 2 years, those events have been somehow in the back of us. But as we move forward, I see that the Department of Human Services intend to celebrate our seniors, not only just this month, but throughout the year. And fortunately, before us this morning, we have former Senator Positive T.A. Nelson, now Commissioner of Agriculture, who also used to do some magnificent senior events. And for that, I thank you for what you have done for our seniors. I continue to worry a great deal about the older members of this community and the isolation many have faced as a result of the coronavirus. And for this reason, I was exceptionally pleased to take part in yesterday's church service at the Friedensburg Moravian Church in Frederiksted, which I attend. I'm also grateful to all those who put the program together and participated to organize the program, namely Mr. Alvin Milligan, the presentations made by Assistant Commissioner Mikhail Reimer and Administrator Ernie Pennyfeather were really exceptional. And I also want to say a special thank you to my pastor, Pastor Jeremy Francis. Wondering if he's the cousin of our good Vice President. This is also a Teachers Appreciation Week. Again, the now Commissioner, former Senator, was also a teacher. And yes, Teachers Week, and I want all teachers to know that you are truly appreciated. Your job has been incredibly a challenge during the not only the last 2 years for the pandemic, but from after the hurricanes, all that you've been experiencing, you did not sign up for, but you continue to fight the fight. And I want to thank each and every one of you for that. However, I know that just the thank yous can't take it anywhere, and our teachers need more support in the infrastructure within the education system and getting things up and running. We will return to this issue in the Education Committee in days ahead, as unfortunately last Monday's hearing, or Monday gone hearing, was postponed. Today we will be hearing from the Department of Agriculture and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. And there is much on the horizon at agriculture with the St. Croix Ag Fair upon us and the official rollout of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan, which I had an opportunity to review. I look forward to bringing it to the committee for further discussion in the near future as well. The Virgin Islands Port Authority has an unprecedented number of projects underway and in the works. So today's discussion will be focusing a great deal on the status of these projects and how they will support the economic development of the territory. And I, along with the committee members, look forward to a productive discourse, and I thank everyone in advance for your participation. Madam Clerk, at this time, can I get a roll call?
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Here.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins present. Mr. Chairman, we have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, and we do have a quorum. Do you have any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Letter dated May 4th, 2022, from President Donna A. Fred Gregory to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Dear Senator Gittins, please accept this correspondence as formal notice of my absence from today's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting. Please have all circulated documents forwarded to my office. Respectfully, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated May 4th, 2022, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman on Economic Development and Agriculture. Greetings, Senator Gittins. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the scheduled Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meeting for Wednesday, May 4th, 2022. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Member, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Letter dated May 4th, 2022, from Senator Javon E. James Sr. to the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Dear Chairman, please excuse my absence from today's scheduled hearing on the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Due to unforeseen circumstances beyond my control, I am unable to attend. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Javon E. James Sr., Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, those are the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, let me just ask you, Commissioner, do you have support staff on the line?
Morning, Mr. Chair. There should be the Assistant Commissioner and several others on the line right now.
Okay, at this time, I'll just ask for a systems check if you're on the line. Starting, I guess we'll do it from ranking from the Assistant Commissioner down. You let me know your name and title, please, on the record.
Good morning, all. I'm with Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture.
Good morning, Risa Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture.
Good morning.
Good morning, Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management.
Good morning. This is Billy Abraham, Director of Marketing, Department of Agriculture.
Thank you. That's it? Online? Okay. And Commissioner, before I let you start your testimony and introduce yourself, I want everyone, all testifiers, to remember when you are testifying or responding to a question, please state your name and your title before you respond. Thank you. Commissioner, you may proceed.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, Senator Gittins, other members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, the Senate, Central staff, Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture staff, and people of the Virgin Islands. I am Positive Terrence A. Nelson, Commissioner of Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. VITA. VITA is here to respond to your requests on the department's operations, capital projects, initiatives, the upcoming agriculture fair plans, security, and the territory's abattoirs. Vida continues to experience growth as we have increased efficiency, improved our relationships, management and staff, federal and local partners, farmers, and the community, hired personnel, purchased equipment, repaired most buildings, and given salary increases. Morale is enhanced, but continuously challenged by break-ins and breakdowns. The Vida family remains committed to increasing the redevelopment of the agriculture industry of the Virgin Islands. I want to recognize and thank the hardworking men and women at the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture. Though challenged, Vida remains supportive of other agencies while maintaining our workload. Additionally, Vida, like every other agency, business, or individual, is experiencing supply chain and service personnel travel delays. We will continue to offer professional development and technical training to staff and farmers. Grantor agencies have more confidence in our grant compliance measures and are more familiar, thus supportive of Vida, our goals, and our grant applications to obtain these objectives. We eagerly await legislative confirmation of the Virgin Islands Conservation District, VICD, which will offer yet another avenue for technical assistance and funding. The NACD, National Alliance of Conservation Districts, and the NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service, leadership plans to visit the territory in July after the annual regional conference in Puerto Rico, where they hope to announce and introduce the Virgin Islands Conservation District. Mr. Hans Lowetz was recognized and honored during the National Annual Conference in February. In response to specific questions, the Senko Recovery Project updates. Most projects have been completed in the Senko District. The 3 projects pending completion are as follows. There's the quarantine, pig pens, and chicken coops, which totals some $430,934.13. It's awaiting professional services contract for design, architectural and engineering services. Phase 1 through 3 have been completed. Phase 4, construction document is 10% complete. The impound pen, peacock pen, goat and sheep pens, totaling $280,792. Similar, it's awaiting professional service contracts of architectural and engineering services. Phase 1 and 3 have been completed. Phase 4, 10% complete. And for that one, we are waiting a FEMA response for an amendment to the scope of work. The third project is our largest project. It's the administration building, totaling $2,581,062.86. It's at the point of a professional service contracts for architectural and engineering services. Phase 1 to 3 have been completed. Phase 4, the construction documents is 30% completed. The total amount of drawdown in FEMA public assistance funds for completed projects to date, which we are waiting, is $1,213,418.15. The total amount of projects are $6,611,060.24. The animal shelter payments. Animal shelters have received the full amounts for the subsidized paid neuter program in accordance with Act number 8473, which was Bill number 34-0106. Senko Animal Welfare Center got $50,000 paid on the 5th of April. Humane Society of St. Thomas got $50,000 paid on the 5th of April of this year. St. John Animal Care Center was paid $20,000, also paid on the 5th of April of 2022. In accordance with Act 8473, Bill number 34-0106, prior year obligations have been processed to the animal shelters as follows. St. Croix Animal Welfare Center, $350,000 paid on the 11th of April of this year. Humane Society of St. Thomas paid $87,500, and that's pending approval by the Department of Finance. And the St. John Animal Care Center, $80,824.66 paid just yesterday, the 3rd of May. In accordance with Act number 8474, Bill number 34-0109, all animal shelters have received the payments for the first 2 quarters of fiscal year 22 as follows. Senko Animal Welfare Center, $87,500, which is 2 quarters, totaling $43,750 per quarter. They were paid on the 11th of April. Humane Society of St. Thomas, $87,500, which were 2 quarters of $43,750 each. They were paid on the 5th of April. And St. John Animal Care Center, $25,000, 2 quarters of $12,500 each, which was paid on the 21st of April, 2022. VITA initiatives. VITA is now working in tandem with the Department of Property and Procurement to catalog all properties that belong to the Department of Agriculture. The master land lease list has been updated and is being analyzed by VITA and Department of Property and Procurement. This extensive review of land parcels and plot allocations territory-wide is being conducted in advance of scheduling inspections to determine status and to legitimize all holdings. Inspections are slated to begin early this summer. Livestock and crop farmer compliance meeting is being scheduled for the first week in June. Question and answers on VITA's farmers form completion, opportunities, rules, and regulations will be shared in collaboration with agencies such as University of Virgin Islands, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Economic Development Authority, and the USDA agencies, the SDBC, the FSA, and the NRCS. Territorial Ag Plan public launch is scheduled for the 9th of May from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Due to supply shortages, we have experienced an increase in the prices of products that are sold by the department to the local farmers. Considerations are being made to adjust prices to mitigate some of the increases. USDA Vita Bantic and African swine flu surveillance is ongoing in collaboration with the USDA APHIS, Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. A FEMA project was recently awarded for the St. Thomas Abattoir's repairs, and the scope of work is to commence shortly through the established FEMA process. Forestry service programs, tree production and distribution projects are ongoing. Red Cross Greenhouse Grant construction project is near completion, and the community seedling giveaway is planned for AgriFest. Successfully completed a 2012 Forest Service Program grant audit and established mechanism to allow for sustainable farming. Updated VITA federal grant funding awards to ensure eligibility for programming through 2024. The St. John VITA facility updated FEMA project has been initiated. We have met with local contractors to discuss the build-out project. 5 contractors visited the site, and we have thus far received estimates from 2 contractors. We coordinated the review and scoring of the 202 micro security grant applications for 23 sub-awards of $5,000 each. Winners to be announced in 2 weeks. Awarded projects to be compiled into one proposal and submitted to the grantor agency for the release of funds. Based on a high level of response, the Virgin Islands qualifies for $485,000, up to $97 $5,000 awards will be available through that amount during the next round of microsecurity grants, which will be this summer. Engage in ongoing collaborations with the Waste Management Authority to provide mulched green waste and develop composting initiatives to support agricultural production. Federal Demonstration Partnership Agreement being established with the University of Tennessee to initiate the awarded $500,000 USDA NEFA Farm Ranch Stress Assistance Network, Southern Region, USVI Expansion Network Program. slated to begin this summer. The agricultural park, the land clearing southwest of the department. We're clearing that land to create a fruit tree orchard, a green space park to the front, distribution of land to farmers, and we're going to be collaborating with the NRCS, WAPA, DPNR, the Waste Management Authority, and the University of the Virgin Islands. We have taken the initiative to launch cleanup campaigns that have significantly enhanced the physical appearance at the Dorothea and Bonne Esperance facilities. We have created a warm and welcoming environment for both the employees and the public. As a result, we have noted a significant increase in foot traffic at the Dorothea facility. Many in the community are visiting the compound to purchase seeds, plants, renew their licenses, apply for first-time licenses, and apply for leases and farming supplies. The Division of Personnel recently held a workshop at the Dorothea facility, and we look forward to hosting similar events. They will hold a similar training in the Senko facility in the very near future also. It's being planned and coordinated right now. Several tours with industry professionals and engineers from USDA, NRCS, Conservation District, were conducted on the Bodo agricultural farmlands to assess and plan for major infrastructure repairs that have been approved for funding. We have recently accessed the awarded funds locally and have begun expenditures on the needed equipment and materials identified in collaboration with the farming community. This infrastructure upgrade will create a platform to ensure a sustainable water supply, storage, and distribution system in the Bodo region. Additionally, we are working through the Governor's Office to provide a scope of work for the repairs of the roads, cleaning of the ponds, expanding the water distribution system, and additional water infrastructure improvements. Marketing initiatives. The Farmers Market Nutrition Program was approved for fiscal year 2022, budgeted amount per year, $79,172. This program provides access to fresh, locally grown fruits and vegetables to women, infants, and children that are eligible to participate in the WIC program. Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, approved for funding fiscal year 2022. The budget is $100,000. This program provides resources in the form of fresh, nutritious, unprepared, locally grown fruits, vegetables, honey, and herbs from the farmers to low-income seniors in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Backyard Farmers Development Project, budget $129,409.21 to increase access and awareness of locally grown crops by providing education and technical assistance to backyard farmers in order to enhance and encourage the competitiveness of locally grown crops in the USVI. Growers Capacity Building Program, budget $40,000. This project will provide education and technical assistance to develop farmers' ability to produce more crops in the USVI. Promoting Julie Mango as the fruit of choice of the U.S. Virgin Islands, budget $52,629. Purpose to promote Julie Mango as the fruit of choice in the USVI according to Title VII of the Virgin Islands Code. This project will seek to solicit 60 participants in the territory to receive training on grafting, pruning, and general tree care and maintenance. Next, 400 mango seeds will be planted to produce the mango seedlings, which will be used for grafting component of the training. Establishment of an agriculture development pilot program for at-risk youths living in public housing communities. Budget $112,400 to establish a youth agriculture development pilot program to teach youths in public housing communities how to access, grow, market, and consume locally grown crops. 3 housing communities were selected to participate in the project. Development and comparison of a tunnel hoop garden versus outside garden. Budget $52,814. Purpose to establish a pilot program to compare specialty crops grown in a tunnel hoop garden versus crops grown in an outside garden. Currently, students from the STEM program have constructed a tunnel hoop structure and prepared a planting bed where they have planted crops and are now comparing the relative differences between growing crops in a tunnel hoop structure versus growing in an outside garden. Abattoir status. 2022 significant improvements are as follows. We have added 2 additional holding pens to accommodate our increase in receiving animals for slaughter. Our new state-of-the-art generator has been activated and will automatically turn on when necessary and scheduled to perform weekly automatic power tests. Our new all lights on the interior and on the grounds of the abattoir are repaired and replaced. Skylights on the roof were repaired. We have fully repaired our guttering station, scalding tank, and dehearing station. Paddles were changed to all stainless steel. During the week of April 19th, the Senko Abattoir was subject to a 4-day food safety assessment conducted by the USDA Atlanta District Food Safety and Inspection Service. Our last assessment occurred in 2012. The FSA team reviewed our hazard analysis critical control point, HACCP, in-plant records for animal slaughter from 2002 to 2022. Inspected the facility, conducted staff and management interviews, and observed the slaughter process. The assessment team was very impressed with the significant improvements that the establishment underwent and complimented the staff and management on their dedication and our dedication, knowledge, continuous strides in adhering to, and commitment to excellence in learning and meeting regulatory requirements. We have learned that the St. Croix and St. Thomas abattoirs are the only abattoirs in the U.S. that is owned and operated by government. Since the beginning of 2022, we have processed 19 cattle, 165 sheep, 1 goat, and 39 pigs, with 10 of those pigs coming from St. Thomas. Regarding our overall security, the department remains vulnerable to the environment, thieves, rodents, and stray animals. Although we have installed cameras, overnight and weekend security, and changed locks, we are plagued with break-ins. The bordering fence on St. Croix is nothing but goat wire. People walk over, cut, and bend the fence as they cross the property as a shortcut to the Grove area. We must change that immediately. Fencing on our facilities should be repaired and enhanced as well. We need our own on-staff security during regular working hours. We lose some stocks to rats and other animals. Without protective housing, many of our heavy equipment are battered by the atmospheric conditions. AgriFest 2022, a golden opportunity to grow. Planning and execution is well on the way as we are preparing for our 50th display of the agricultural and food fair of the Virgin Islands. We have been the #1 AgFest in the Caribbean, and we plan to continue this tradition. VITA staff have begun to prepare the grounds at the Rudolph Schulterbrunn complex. A few casual employees are on board, and the garage transformation has begun. We are still in desperate need of sponsorships, volunteers, and advertisements for the booklet. We expect participation from several of our Caribbean neighbors. Senators, these times have told us to become as self-reliant as possible, as individuals, families, communities, islands, or nations. Food is an inflexible commodity. We must eat, and we must have access to clean water, air, and soil. A bountiful Virgin Islands agricultural industry is much more than an economic engine. It is a matter of territorial security. We are heavily reliant on imports, which can be disrupted by COVID, natural disasters, global conflicts, labor matters, and prohibitive costs. Supply chains, including food, are experiencing shortages, delays, and quality control issues. Food is our vitality. Good food is medicine. Poor quality food is poison to our health. VIDA is currently committed to do all we can to facilitate, promote, and protect strong agricultural growth in these, our beloved Virgin Islands home. I again thank the other commissioners, directors, and the VIDA staff. Thank you, and we are here for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other presenters from your staff before we, or would they like to add anything to what you stated before we go into questioning?
We are available for questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, colleagues, we'll commence a 7-minute for each member in the first round, starting with Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff from the St. Thomas St. John District. You're recognized for your 7 minutes, followed by Vice President Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning.
All viewing, listening, and present. Commissioner, welcome. Let me start off with the Ag Fair. I know the property next door to the Ag Fair where supplied parking for the Ag Fair. That was turned over to the RT Park. Is that still would be available for parking for the Ag Fair?
Yes, we believe that this year we should be clear
Okay.
on that. I don't think any construction or anything is going to begin before the end of this month.
Okay, great. And has the bridge been fixed on that side road to get access?
No, the bridge is not
Still
yet
is out,
repaired.
okay.
Yeah, that is going to create some challenges.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. VI core land. Does VI core land, based on the law, come under Department of Agriculture?
Yes, some of it, most of it is.
Most of it.
Yes.
Okay, so the land that was swapped out for the VI core land next to the Ag Fair, that property that you were able to do in the land swap, have you assessed or taken those I think it were 2 lots, 8-point-something acres?
No.
Has that been processed under agriculture as yet?
Senator, I am not aware of a swap which occurred.
Oh, okay.
The land next in the parking lot, I think it was 30 acres or so. Is it 15 or 30 acres given to the RT Park? Is what we're aware of. We're not aware of any swap, any land in return.
Oh, okay. It's in the bill, so we could address that.
Both,
Now-
excuse me.
Yes.
Both Senator DeGraff and Commissioner Nelson, I'm going to ask you to speak up into the mics, please, as the
Okay, good.
the stenographer is on the other end. And when you turn away, you're speaking a little too low. Thank you.
I do apologize, Mr. Chair. Okay, right now you mentioned salaries and wage agreements. Presently for the 2022, all your wage agreements now, prior, I guess, if anything, to that, have they been updated presently?
So we had agreed to a stipulation of increase. It was not the negotiations. Wage negotiations are supposed to take place this year.
Okay.
But we did agree to some stipulations, which those wages were granted, were given, and the back pay was given also. So that has been very helpful to
Okay.
the morale situation.
Excellent. Like you mentioned the morale, that was my next question. How is the morale in the Department of Agriculture territory-wide presently?
Significantly improved. I think the employees feel like we're hearing, we're listening, we're trying to address some long-standing issues that they've been having. We've been trying to get new equipment. We've been doing hiring. So I would say that the employees' morale has significantly increased.
Okay, that's great to hear. Also, the infrastructure of the building, the facilities that your personnel and yourself have to work from, what is the update on those facilities?
Okay, well, in St. Thomas, Dorothy has pretty much experienced a total makeover. It's a nice, great house. It's beautiful now. It's been painted. It's been probably cleaned up. There's still some work to do there. The yard is much more manicured. The gardens are flourishing. In St. Croix, we have repaired most of the buildings. We're just awaiting we have demolished the admin building, what was left. So we are awaiting construction on that. We are awaiting the completion of the 2 greenhouses that the Red Cross had granted us with the funds to build after the hurricane. The garage, the funds for the garage, unfortunately, FEMA was only, they don't really make old repairs. They repair what they feel like was damaged by the hurricane.
Okay.
And so there's going to be additional work needed on the garage, which we're going to have to find some kind of funding to repair. As mentioned, the Abattoir has been a total makeover, and we've had installation of a brand new generator that should be able to run the whole plant. So I'd say we're pretty much on top of it. The marketing building was done, and right now we're in the process of repairing 2 of the restroom areas on the grounds. Are right now being repaired, and it should be completed before the Ag Fair.
Okay, great. The generator that you mentioned on St. Croix,
Yes,
okay, is diesel or gasoline?
diesel.
Okay, and do you have a account in regards to a constant supply of diesel for the generator in particular?
Well, we have
2 minutes.
We have accounts for diesel because most of our heavy equipment utilize
Okay.
diesel anyway.
Okay,
Of
great.
course, our challenge we're having is that the cost of fuel has increased significantly now, and we're going to have to dig a little deeper.
Okay, now, again, a big pet peeve of mine is security. What measures, I know you mentioned about the issues that you're facing, and it's sad to hear that, but what measures are in place? If there's anything that you can't mention, don't. But again, we like to hear basically what kind of measures.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The truth is, the place is an open place. We had the camera. We installed cameras. We paid about almost $30,000 in cameras. We have a good amount of cameras. Both facilities has cameras. The camera actually captured a golf cart was stolen several months back, and the camera actually captured this gentleman just drive the golf cart to the fence, not to an open fence, bust through the fence, because the fence is goat wire. We should not attempt to secure $100,000 equipment with goat wire. People walk through there and they wait going to taking a shortcut, going in the back. They just walk across the grounds. We desperately need to have our own security on staff, especially during the day. People pop up there sometime, a little hostility. I have to act as security. I can't afford to do that. Okay, so I think we're very vulnerable. The buildings, we probably can use another storage buildings for enclosed so that some of our heavy equipment can fit in there. But yes, we're very vulnerable. And to be frankly honest, the break-ins we've experienced, the people were familiar with the place, especially the last one where the individual actually entered, you had to be familiar with the place to know of a specific space in the roof to know exactly where to go. So, it just makes it hard. They did find it safe in the second, in this last break-in, however, west of Consumer gas station in the bushes there.
Okay, Mr. Chair, will you be doing a second round?
Yes, I would, but
Okay,
you may
good.
wrap up if you
Yeah,
have one more.
that'd be fine, because I know it's the 4 of us. I just want to make sure. Thank you for the time. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
No problem, Senator. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you. Senate Vice President Novelli Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues. Of course, good morning to the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture and his staff.
Good morning.
And good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to join you in wishing Happy Seniors Month to all of our seniors out there in our community, and to say that these are some real difficult time for the young, old, and in between. So I want to continue to encourage them to be motivated and do what's necessary to stay healthy and alive. I also want to wish my neighbors over in the BVIs goodwill, this time as their premier has fallen from grace, and to say that despite the fact that he has crossed over to the dark side, that again it's important that we continue to ensure that elected officials, the sanctity and the integrity of those individuals are maintained. So do what you need to do there to make sure that you continue to be in control and we don't return to colonialism. We're living in an imperfect world, and things will happen, but again, we have to step up to the plate and do what's right. I want to commend the Department of Agriculture, and especially in making those payments to the animal shelters, the Animal Humane Society, and the Animal Care Center in the entire U.S. Virgin Islands. You know, I've always been a strong advocate to make sure that our animal shelters get what's due to them, because again, they provide a service that this government will not be able to, or will be rather costly to do. And I appreciate the work that they're doing there. Commissioner, I also want to thank you for your efforts and assistance with the Dishabert basketball court, the cleaning around that surrounding areas. I truly appreciate it as an individual that came from Dishabert. I've been working with them, to make sure that that court and continue to be maintained. And I'll be working with the Sports Park and Recreation to make sure that that continues.
It was our pleasure.
So I heard your comments in respect to the parking lot that's used for on the VI Corp properties there. And despite the fact that the RT Park will be assuming the responsibility that that parking lot, it will be gravelled at some point, paved, and always be available for the use by the Ag Fair. So I don't want anyone to think that the fact that the RT Park will be assuming the responsibility of that area, that would not be available for that. I also want to implore you to have a conversation with the Department of Property and Procurement, because I had worked real hard and was resolute in the fact that we needed to ensure that there was a land swap that occurred there. So if there's any difficulties, again, you're all part of the same administration, the same cabinet. I'll be happy to intervene if necessary, but it's already in law, and that land swap, and we have already identified the location by which the land swap should occur, and the parcels and everything, parcel number and everything is included in the legislation. It is law. So again, please, and I implore you to reach out to Commissioner Anthony Thomas over at DPP to make sure that that occur. And I'm available to assist if need be. So in your testimony, and thank you for your testimony today, I thought it was rather comprehensive. You spoke about the cataloging, of properties and the GIS. I remember having conversation with former Commissioner Robles back in 2015, where we're identifying, making sure that we're marking and identifying farmland. I'm a little disappointed to hear that we're still having this conversation in 2022. And I'm not casting any aspersion on you, but we only have a short amount of time to make things happen. And 70 years later, we're still talking about identifying, GISing, and making sure that we're cataloging farmland.
Okay, we're not. It's not GIS, Senator. We're actually going to the properties. The intention is we've created a master list of all the properties.
You need some energy or what? Speaking of Mike, I could barely hear you.
The intention is we've created a master list of all the properties on the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah.
And then we're actually going to go to the properties to see, because what has happened over the years is there are people on the properties who weren't rightfully given the property by the department. Sometimes somebody has let them get it, hey, you could go on that piece. Nobody dare take that piece. So we got to go now and actually do a reconciliation. Property number one, this is the person who should be on it. This is the rightful person. So it's like cleaning up the list is pretty much what we're doing. And it does take some time because people are not always available. You actually have to search them up.
Would you agree that we have had this conversation, because you were back in the Senate in 2015 as well, where we were really talking about ensuring that these farmlands are identified, we're making sure that we have proper permitting and everything for those things. And we just need to close the loop on that.
I would agree it takes some time, Senator. Unfortunately, and I'm learning more, especially from this side, that the wheels of government don't spin as fast as we would want them to. And I believe anybody who's going to be running this government, that's what we need to focus on to actually fix it. The wheels spinning too slow.
I totally agree with you, but it's unfortunate because again, we've spent many years in government and with the effort to try to fasten that wheel.
What I can say is this: we have hired additional property inspectors, so that should help us on our end. And since the process now at PMP is cleared up, that should also expedite the process. So, I think we've got to some of the hard parts.
Okay. Deer eradication. We talk about food security. We talk about encouraging farming, especially in our home gardens and everywhere else. But these deer are really doing some damage. I try to do a little thing myself, and they will wipe out an entire acre in no time. What are we doing to assist our farmers with deer?
So there's a program. It's on a DPNR that allows with trapping. They actually even allow them DPNR. They come on and they shoot the deers if they can. There's no one solution for deers. It's a natural. We don't have predators for deers. Man is the only person that can hunt them here. We don't want to allow hunting on the Virgin Islands. And the more clearing that happens in the rainforest and other wooded area, the more they're going to come out. There are some strategies individuals use, like putting chimes in gardens, sweaty clothing or whatever, because they smell. And there's other, deterrent strategies you can use. But we ourselves don't have a direct program under us. USDA does offer some funding to that other agency to help with that. It's considered a pest now.
Yeah, I use some coffee grounds, but I only last for a little short period of time. That didn't last too long. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with two quick questions. The stolen safe from Department of Agriculture, any update on that safe?
Well, the police did come to us and show me pictures of the safe. They found it in the bush west of Consumer gas station. No other information has been given. The camera did pick up an individual going into the room with the safe. They had on a hood. You can tell it was a younger person. Had on Adidas flip-flops, but you couldn't see any face. It seemed like individuals were cognizant of where cameras were to not look up in that direction.
Okay, and my final question is in regards to Act 8259, where I moved legislation to allow for some additional funding on an annual basis to go towards the Department of Agriculture for equipment increases. I know that the governor signed that into law in respect to at least what we had. How have you used that money, and have you continued to receive it after the initial increase?
Drawing down monies is always the challenge in getting it timely. Any monies we receive, we go towards equipment purchase. Some of those monies we are using to help to build up staff. There are some repairs and some new construction that might need to take place. That's what we do. We operations. We have our tourism revolving fund as our only source that we really use for supplies and everything we purchase, because there's no other monies. So when these additional monies come in, we use them that same way. And we're hoping to get back some of these drawdown monies that what we've repaired already to add to our operations.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for leniency and time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Vice President Francis. Before I move on to Senator Potter, the Vice Chair, and St. Thomas, you're saying something.
I was telling you, Mike wasn't on.
Okay. Yeah, Senator DeGraff, before I recognize Senator Potter, I wanted to ask you, Senator DeGraff had brought up the bridge issue here on St. Croix. My question to you, though, is are you working with the Department of Public Works to see if they can address, facilitate a safer area there prior to the upcoming Abattoir festivities?
We haven't had a recent conversation on that. I did mention it to the commissioner in hopes that something would be done prior to. I haven't haven't had a concrete conversation.
So I ask that you do that, please. And there was a response to Senator Francis just now with regards to the wheels moving a little slow on the other side. If I may ask, why is the wheels moving so slow on the other side?
I think there's several things. I believe over time, and I've been really assessing this response and because I've been identifying what the problems are. I think over time in the Virgin Islands, we've gotten to a point where we don't trust ourselves as much, and some of the laws that we've actually passed in the Senate sort of restricts the administration in certain instances. Sometimes it's just a matter of individuals who work in these agencies probably needing more training. As we change out from one administration to the next, sometimes we move some of the top tier people, so they have to familiarize themselves with the job, and then sometimes we change over systems, like we're about to change over from the ERP now to GVI, by GVI. So all of those things, when we continuously making changes and upgrading, it's always going to be a challenge, especially when we don't provide upfront training to the staff. So I feel, and there's about 5 agencies which are congested because all of the other agencies rely on those agencies. They call them the 5 wheels. And so there's congestion in those agencies. So you got to make sure that the processes there are more fluid. In other words, ensure that there's proper staffing, that there's proper technology, so that those agencies don't get congested. And I can name them: PMP, personnel, OMB, finance, BIT. All other agencies rely on them. So it's a traffic jam because of the multiple requests coming in from all the other agencies.
So I understand that, but what concerns me is the part that you spoke about laws that may have been passed in the past that now somehow restricts the executive branch from performing their duties. But if that is the case, then it is the responsibility of you as the head now and your staff to bring that to our attention to make any amendments if there's any impediments.
I definitely agree with you, sir.
So if that is the case, then I'm asking you to bring those matters to our immediate attention so that they can be addressed. But I thought that you were going to funding, as funding is usually an issue.
No, funding by itself, no. It's our processes. It's just we in ourselves. We're trying to check ourselves. We're trying to, the things that have happened in the past, and I guess legislators try to ensure that there's checks and balances. But sometimes when you put too many of those things, it restricts how fluid a process is. So we just have to review those things and
And lastly, the bridge area that you refer to, you're referring to the bridge that's on the eastern side of the
ground, yes.
fairgrounds?
Yes, the Rudolph Schalterbrand complex. It's on the northeastern side of the complex.
Do you, based on your assessment, do you see the possibility of that being addressed for that road to be open before the Ag Fair or no?
So, Senator, I can't, I'm no engineer, but I know this much. Those bridges are Danish bridges. So there's a lot that goes into consideration when repairs are made because of some of our laws requiring historical preservation. But there needs to be some major engineering work. And it's not only that bridge, if you notice, all of those bridges are now to that point where they're facing collapse.
And you saying that, I don't want our history to keep us back in the dark either. Because, and I say this because, just like how we had the historic preservation discussion the other day, I made mention that most of our, what you call the people's house, nationwide, were built way back when, before you had the ADA coming into play and whatnot. So there were no elevators and whatnot in some of these buildings. Today you have elevators. You had to make some sort of adjustment, is what I'm saying. So as we look at these bridges, although they were built back in the Danish days, we do need to ensure that safety is first. and we're gonna have to modernize these bridges.
I concur, and I'm quite certain there is a plan. I can't speak for the Commissioner of Public Works, but I'm quite certain there's a plan.
And I will just publicly say this, that I visited a lot of those bridge sites, and I called on the Virgin Islands Police Department, one of the senior officers, to meet me at one of those, at several of those bridges, to show them that where they have the signs, and has nothing to do with you as the Agriculture Commissioner, but since we're talking about bridges, I just want to bring it to the public's attention. Where those signs are posted that says no vehicles over 10,000 pounds, where those signs are posted, they're in the wrong area. If I am operating a vehicle over 10,000 pounds, by the time I see that sign, there is no place for me to turn off. All those signs are just before the bridges. If you look at the one in particular down by Carlton, just west of
Sunshine.
of the Sunshine Plaza, that sign should have actually come before you reach the Carlton intersection so that you could know that you need to make a right turn down Carlton Road. But by the time you get there and see that sign, no vehicles over 10,000 pounds, there's no way for you to turn. So I'm saying this publicly and asking even you, Commissioner, that in your cabinet level meetings and your talks with your colleagues, the police commissioner and even the Public Works Commissioner, that this be brought to their attention and that they do a proper assessment of all our bridges. Senator, my good Vice Chair, Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
On my side, our colleague, Senator Francis so I'm not sure if you want
There's a little feedback, but we will work with you on there. Can you just test again one more time?
Testing 1 2, 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 testing 1 2.
There's a feedback, but media, you can address that and let us know when it's addressed.
Testing.
You may proceed, Senator Potter.
Are you hearing me clearly?
I'm hearing you, but there's still a feedback. Go ahead and try and see if they could work it out. I'll work with you on the time.
Yeah, there is a feedback that we're hearing on our side too. So I think the media is probably working to get that resolved.
Can I ask the testifiers online to mute your mics? All testifiers online to mute your mics, please. You may proceed.
We're hearing at least 4 echoes, Mr. Chair, on our end.
Let's take a 2-minute recess. Let me allow media to see what we can do. We'll take a 3-minute recess. 3 minutes.
High-tech thing.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record. Hopefully, we're able to iron out the technology kink there. But I must say, if we were all in one room, we wouldn't have had this this problem. So, hey, I think we had some flight challenges as well. On the St. Thomas end, I'm trying to see if St. Thomas is aware that we're back on record because Senator Potter, you're up. But I was told that Senator Francis Heiliger is in the chambers and had a point of inquiry. So at this time, let me acknowledge the presence of Senator Francis Heiliger and recognize you for your point of inquiry.
Good afternoon.
Good
I am
afternoon.
happy to hear that my mic is working. I am going
morning.
to, good morning to my colleagues. I am going to make a request that media please be mindful because I have requested a point of inquiry at least 10 times and my mic was never turned on. I wanted to do a point of inquiry quickly through the chair to the Agriculture Commissioner, Mr. Nelson. You spoke specifically about doing an assessment of the lands in order to know who is supposed to be where. Could you please give me a number of the total amount of properties throughout the Virgin Islands that are being assessed, and also give me the deadline as to when this project is supposed to be completed?
Testifier's mic, please, media. Go ahead.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Senator Heiliger. I don't have a deadline as when that is to be done. The assessment is to be starting in this summer, and we'll continue doing it until it's completed. That's the best I can tell you.
Do you have a specific number of all the properties that you know that you will be assessing, like a total between the two districts, and you just have it open-ended with no end in sight? Because listening to one of my colleagues, from what I'm understanding, that this process might have started years ago. And I know me and you had a conversation very early last year where you said it was being done. So I was under the impression that there was a deadline as to when this project should be completed.
Well, this process wasn't being done years ago. This is a new process, and unfortunately, some things take time to get started. But we have a master list now created from and working with PNP, and it's about to begin.
What's the total of that master list?
I will send a text to the property manager and get a response for you, but it's about 2,000. Our total amount of acreage we have is about 2,700 acres of land, which about 2,200 acres is leased out or is in holding of somebody's possession. And
well, specifically what I'm requesting is the individual plot for the total. Is it 500 parcels? Is it 200 parcels? So I could get an idea of how many pieces of properties we have to assess so we can get some general idea for a timeline. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner. I wanted to advise there are a total of 202 plots on the spreadsheet at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
200 to the very
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to Commissioner Nelson and the members of his team.
Good morning, Senator.
You know, my mother trained me well. She trained us well, and she always advised us that when individuals do something special or something really positive, you acknowledge that and you express gratitude. So I want to really start by expressing gratitude to you, Commissioner Nelson, and your team for your assistance in partnering with us regarding our Plant a Seed program. And you were really instrumental in providing us with the soil for our seniors and our youngsters to participate in the program. So I really want to express gratitude to you. You didn't have to do it, but you definitely rallied behind that program, and I just want to say thanks.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you for doing it, because any encouragement of individuals planting food is a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner, I wanted to ask you right out the gate, what has been your greatest accomplishment and your greatest disappointment during your tour of duty as Agriculture Commissioner?
That's a big question there, Senator. My greatest accomplishment, is, I guess, getting the employees motivated once again. Getting them to feel like somebody cares and that the head office is listening to their needs. Because I think once employees are motivated, is no limiting what they can accomplish. I've seen the little team get together and just do things without even having the right tools to do it. So I believe that's one of the greatest things. Of course, I can point to all of the infrastructure repairs and those things, but I think boosting the employee morale has been one of the greatest accomplishments. One of the challenges as well has been, one of the greatest challenges has been also the employees, because you have a lot of disgruntled employees who've been neglected over the years, who feel like they've had to work without the attention of management. So that's been the challenge, trying to address a lot of outstanding personnel issues. Of course, and I can always point to the need to get back the infrastructure. Because when I came in 2019, most of the infrastructure was still in disrepair. So that's been a challenge. But I think the staff challenge has been one of the greatest challenges and one of the greatest accomplishments.
Okay, I can see that, and I appreciate your response to that question. Before I came to this job, just as a private citizen, I'm gonna be candid with you, my feeling was that we as a community had given up on agriculture in the Virgin Islands, particularly not so much on St. Croix, but in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And just historically over the last, I don't know, several decades, it has never seemed to me to be a realistic push towards increasing food production in a concerted way and developing strategies to make it happen. I know the terrain here in St. Thomas is complicated, it's hilly, we have water challenges, we have so many challenges that can make it difficult. In a way, I can see where, it would be almost like a battle that you believe you cannot win. So to press forward might seem to be insurmountable. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, because I'm just saying what my feelings has been. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think over the last several decades, not just in your tenure, of course, have we, in your opinion, made a real strong, viable push towards, making agricultural production or the increasing of local food a realistic endeavor here in the territory, in your opinion?
Okay.
And I know you've been in this seat also for a while, Commissioner.
Yes, well, thank you for the question, Senator, and your assessment is correct. The agriculture in the minds of us, of African descent, when you talk agriculture or farming to black people, they don't see it as a career. I call it post-traumatic slavery syndrome, where we look at farming as slave work, as hard work. But the truth is, if it's one thing we have to do each and every day, is eat. So that tells us that agriculture in itself, or food, supplying food, can be a viable industry. Is it challenging? Yes. But is food absolutely necessary? Yes. And the truth is, we're living in the days where the quality of foods we're getting, and the doctors are finally starting to admit it, that your medicine starts with your good diet. And if you can grow good, healthy foods, and that's why we always recommend grow some type of food in a garden, because that helps you to restore your body, restore your cells. So have we taken it serious? Not as serious as we can and should. I think over the past few years and even after COVID, there's been an increase in people realizing that when the supplies are running short from the ships, that we have to rely on us. We have to be as self-reliant as possible. And I believe that notion is causing more and more people. They started as a hobby because they were home, and there's people now who started, and I've seen them come in and get their license. They started as a hobby because they were home with their children, and now they're selling food at the Saturday market, at the Saturday marketplace at Department of Agriculture. So I think more and more people are getting it. They're realizing that technology can help them to expand their yields without the hard work. But I still don't think that historically, we as a people don't see agriculture as viable because we still have that thing in our head that says, oh, we making money now, let's go buy food. But we're buying poor quality food with our money.
I agree with you. I think we've been looking at it from the perspective of consumers. That's how our children look at it.
Yes.
Our children know that we can get food by going to the store to buy. So I think that just the idea of planting a seed in the minds of young people that we can do a whole lot when it comes to agriculture, and the importance of any modern, self-respecting community must have some viable push towards agriculture. And I know we have different types of agriculture, and I am curious about hydroponics, and I was able to get some information regarding hydroponics and the fact that this territory, our own University of the Virgin Islands, was instrumental during the early days of hydroponics gardening. We had the instructors, we had the information, we had the research that many communities today who are thriving when it comes to hydroponics, they were able to utilize, but we have not been able to utilize that information that was right here in our community to invest in hydroponics gardening, which I think, given the terrain, the treacherous terrain here on St. Thomas in particular, I think, and the challenges with water and all of that we've always heard about, I think that hydroponics would be a natural fit. Under your watch, first of all, what are your thoughts about that? And in order of priority, I mean, and I know that the territorial agricultural plan has a component for hydroponics, but in your view, is that something that we can and should realistically explore here, particularly in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Okay, thank you for that question as well. Yes, we should, because with limited land mass, it helps you to provide food without needing that necessary land mass. So hydroponics has its place in providing food and food production, not to replace traditional farming, but it adds, especially when we have limited land to deal with. There was a component you mentioned that I wanted to touch on. It's slipping me now. But yes, the short answer is yes. Hydroponics has its place. It's very helpful.
Excuse me.
And as was mentioned, the University of the Virgin Islands led the world research in hydroponics, actually, and we gave the research to the world. So it is an unfortunate that, and this is what I found out when I was served actually in the legislature, and I was chairman of the Agricultural Committee, and the first conference I went to, and that is where I learned of about 6 areas that the University of the Virgin Islands had done the foremost research on. And I did not find out till I was at a conference in Texas, and a lady, Miss Carolyn Orr, she was running down a list. I was embarrassed, but more so, I learned then that there was a detachment from the university research and the farms in the territory. Our research wasn't going to us. Our research was going somewhere else, and that's a problem.
Wow. Yeah, that is a huge problem. And like you, I just discovered this just not too long ago. And, that is just a very disconcerting thing. I see us having the wherewithal to incentivize our farmers who, and you said it correctly, we have many regular folks, particularly during the COVID era, who gotten into farming. Backyard farmers, backyard gardeners, pot gardeners. There is just so much that we can do. We can do way more than we think we can. And I would just really see value in us being able to incentivize our farmers to transition. And I am speaking specifically here in the St. Thomas, St. John district, where you see it is a lot more challenging, I think, than on St. Croix. I was able to go to the market, farmers market on St. Croix a month or two ago, and I was just very impressed with what I saw. You know, the potential for us to do way more is there. But I think having the Department of Agriculture in conjunction with the university lead a drive towards developing hydroponics, you know, in this community and assisting and incentivizes our farmers to transition there. I think it is a realistic option for us. And, you know, I would just kind of like to know if that is something that agriculture would be willing and able to push. And I know there is grant funding that might be available, you know, for an initiative like that.
Yeah, Senator, the biggest hindrance I can see to that is the overhead cost of establishing the setup. And along with the subsidies to help with that, I think it can happen.
Yeah, I know the initial setup is costly, but in the long run, I think it's something that would definitely benefit us tremendously. But I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. Commissioner, you mentioned in your testimony about security, and I was very concerned about the fact that you were that vulnerable to thieves. It's one thing to be vulnerable to rodents and stray animals, but you also mentioned that human beings are also sabotaging your our Department of Agriculture by stealing and looting and all of that. You mentioned in the statement that you have cameras installed, you have overnight security there and weekend security. You mentioned the need for us to have our own on-staff security during regular working hours. Is the implication that most of the thievery, if that's the word, is happening during working hours?
No, that is for, sometimes we have hostility, you know, individuals come in there, they cussing, they fussing, you know, somebody has to call, I know I'm saying, Croy, they call, Commissioner, come, and I have to go try to calm that person down, I have to, you know, and it's not the best situation. I know we're a big open field. I believe we'll do better off having security there, because sometimes, especially in the instance when, for instance, this land reclamation, when you send a farmer a notice telling them that, listen, you have not done any development on this property for X amount of years, we are considering taking it from you, they come to the department and they're up in arms. They're cussing, they're carrying on, and, you know, we have to sit there, and the staff is professional. I encourage them to maintain the professionalism, but, you know, sometimes individuals have left out the day and said, oh, they'll be right back. And, you know, we have to call the police and wondering, you know, what are they coming back to do? And I don't think it's appropriate that we have to act, and I have to act as security for the grounds.
Is that something that you're going to be pursuing in the FY23 budget?
It is our intention to use whatever monies we have for staffing to include a staff that's going to work during the time when we work. I mean, that's just one of the positions we have to get filled. It's absolutely necessary.
Okay. Commissioner and Mr. Chair, just with your indulgence, just one more question. And you mentioned the Abattoir situation here on St. Thomas, and I think you said that FEMA approved funding for the repair of the Abattoir. When do you anticipate, how long has the Abattoir been out of operation, and when do you realistically anticipate that we might, the residents of the St. Thomas St. John district might once again be able to you know, utilize Abattoir services in the district? Okay, just to be clear, Abattoir services is available for residents and for farmers on St. Thomas, because the department actually
bears the cost of shipping the animals over, and
To
the
Senko,
carcass is going back. Yeah, so the service is available. The shelter itself and the abattoir in St. Thomas itself has been down for quite some time. There's been situations there prior to the storm. We're at the point where the engineers have done the PW and all of these things, but there's actually some new conversation coming up as to whether or not, even though we've been there already, whether or not rebuilding it in that same location is the best thing to do. So I think we're gonna try to get clear on that and to see what's happening. But the money is, I think, almost some $500,000 is available for that building.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Vice Chair Potter. Before we move to Senator Francis Heiliger, and before the point of inquiry from Vice President Francis, let me recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Good morning. Senator Francis Jr., you're recognized for your point of inquiry. Please recognize Senator Francis Jr. You may proceed. We're not hearing him, media.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back in regards to the concern that have been raised in respect to security at the facilities there, because I think it's a very important point and it's something that we need to address holistically. Commissioner, I know that there is a position available for animal warden within the Department of Agriculture. Have you explored, beyond that responsibility, some additional responsibility that perhaps a security force team or could undertake? I'm very concerned with the amount of conversation in respect to safety, security, and your inability to control your environment there. Have you explored that opportunity?
The animal warden conversation we've had, but not in the context of providing security on the grounds. As a matter of fact, I know you've probably seen recent publications showing that the police department has repositioned the one person that did the animal, and there's been a lot of outcry about that. We've been in conversation with the gentleman himself. Of course, he has a career with the police department that he's trying to complete. So there's conversations about us perhaps filling an animal warden position at some point, but not to be security for the grounds, but to deal with the animal issues, which is that in itself is a big enough issue. So with security matters will be addressed differently. We'll have to get a separate security for that. We would prefer, perhaps. And of course, in downtime, being a peace officer, that individual could help out on the ground, but we suspect that that person won't be positioned on the ground for the most part of their day.
Yeah, I'd like to explore that opportunity. Again, you don't have to be a current enforcement officer, but someone else that we could look at in terms of being able to hire and give them some additional responsibility. I think security is critical, but even when you talk about the enforcement of your rent collection, your permitting issues and all those areas, I believe that there is an opportunity there to provide some level of security. So I'd love to explore that with you at some point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Francis, regarding that animal warden. That's one thing off of my checklist to ask about. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers.
Good morning.
The first question I want to continue onward with is dealing with the Abattoir. You spoke specifically that there potentially is about $500,000 available to, I guess, repair the abattoir, but it was in some type of disrepair or had issues prior to the hurricane. And there's also some dialogue and conversation around potentially relocating it. Would that $500,000 be sufficient, or have you guys already potentially done an assessment to decide if moving it is something that should be done?
An assessment was done. They determined that the building structure is good enough to rebuild. That is why it came up as a surprise to me when we're still going back now and having a conversation about possibly moving it. That money that we're talking about was an assessment. A PW was done to assess the cost of repairs, of reconstruction.
Okay, as the commissioner, why are you surprised? Somebody else was having the conversation with you, because I would assume that would have been something you were privy to. How do you become surprised as a conversation about potentially moving the abattoir? That almost sounds like you weren't aware of it.
Well, there's, as far as I'm concerned, there's no real conversation about moving the abattoir as yet. But it came up when we were trying to get from Public Works their PW, the scope of work, and the engineer was saying, and it might have been just a personal opinion, that they don't know why we don't move it, and we thought we were going to move it, and so they halted everything, supposedly to determine some.
So basically, because now that's why I'm diving into this, because the people of this territory, specifically in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, granted, some are appreciative that the services are available to be shipping over back and forth, but it's still an inconvenience for those that live here. So I'm trying to ascertain how serious we are about progressing about using this $500,000 to actually repair the location. But if you're telling me that other people have other thought process, and then things are getting halted because of just thought process, you know, without actually having things set in stone, that's a problem for the people of this territory, specifically the district of St. Thomas, St. John. So I know you might not have all the information, but I'm requesting through the chair to get some follow-up information as a definitive as to when things are going to be completed project-wise, so we could get some kind of idea when this is going to be done. I wanted to ask you, one of the biggest issues that I have conversation with farmers here, and I know my colleague touched on it a little bit, has to do with water. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This is literally the conversation that I have almost with every single farmer in trying to understand how do they tackle the water situation. Some of them were down in Bordeaux, the Fortuna area, the water tanks. Some people talk about catchments. What are the solutions in dealing with the farmers? Because this clearly is a major issue. What are some of the solutions that you have come up with, or the agency has come up with, or do you see as future solutions to assist the farmers in solving this water problem they have?
There are many approaches to the water problem. What we've done is we have some discussion going on with the NRCS, UVI, WAPA. They've had several meetings. Some initial steps are being taken to repurpose some monies that was there for a cistern to clean and dredge and line the ponds, fix some of the pipings. So it's some like short-term fixes, and I can let Ms. Collingwood speak of where we are, but we have some monies right now being repurposed. We already started purchasing some of the supplies. There's an assessment, engineering assessment's been done. The NRCS out of Puerto Rico has made several visits to the site, so it's being done in a very comprehensive way. At the end of this, when we finish this, we shouldn't have a water problem at all in Bordeaux. But Ms. Collingwood, you want to add to this conversation?
Yes, good morning. This is Diana Collingwood, the Assistant Commissioner, Department of Agriculture. We have been working long-term to address the issues. We've met with farmers. We have some funds that were pre-allocated for assistance repair in Bordeaux. We are using those funds to shore up the existing infrastructure to ensure we have a consistent supply and distribution system in place. It's ongoing. We recently purchased a storage trailer to hold the equipment securely on the Dorothea Vida grounds. That just came in like a week ago, and we are in the process of spending the funds to do the repairs we discussed to the existing infrastructure.
Do you guys have a time frame for a completion of this so the farmers could understand, well, okay, this is another 6-month project, this is another year project, before they could see some viable solutions to assist them in getting their farming done?
Well, in this case, the $185,000 DOI grant must be expended by September 30th. So we are trying to expedite the expenditure as much as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Nelson, I want to have I can't really sugarcoat what I'm about to say, so I'm just going to be a little direct. With all of the farmers that I speak to on a regular basis, I happen to be married to one. When I'm out in the community and having direct conversations with them, the perception is that you're not doing a very good job. And I'm trying to understand, in listening to them, they're not happy with you being at the helm of the agriculture department. They feel that they're not getting the type of support they need. They feel they're not getting any traction. They feel there's a lot of issues that could have been resolved but are being dragged out. They have expressed that they had a lot of high hopes when you became the commissioner, but as of now, those hopes are not part of their reality. Can you share with me, why do you believe that this perception has come about? And what do you think can be done to resolve it in a way that you could have a better working relationship with some of the farmers in order so that agriculture could be at the forefront? Because it's very important to me as well as many people in this territory.
I can't speak to why they have the perception. A lot of these issues in agriculture are long-standing issues that's been in existence for decades. I spoke of them even as a senator. We've addressed many of those issues. Unfortunately, some folks want things done quicker than it's possible. But we've had numerous, one thing for sure, especially your St. Thomas farmers, we've had multiple meetings. The governor has made himself available to meet with the farmers. I mean, they have our full attention. We can't create miracles, but we are definitely working on the comprehensive plans. For the most part, agriculture and the amount of seedlings and the things we're providing, I think we're in a much better position than we've been. We've just totally, it's been a totally ignored, many issues have just been ignored for decades. I can't speak to, I suspect, I myself am a little disappointed because I was disappointed as a senator, and I'm disappointed now because I expect to get things done sooner, but it's beyond my control. So we do what we can do. I can't speak for their...
So you think for you, some of it is the bureaucratic process?
Excuse me?
Do you believe some of the situations you're in is the bureaucratic process?
Of course it is. We've addressed, we try, we listen to the farmers, and we, for the most part, we've done a whole lot for farmers. The truth is, how much of a reality it is for government to provide free water to all the farmers. That's not a reality in the real world. And the truth is, at some point, you gotta share some of the costs. And the truth is, many people who say they're into farming, that's not their full-time job. I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I ask my last question, please?
You may.
Thank you. You spoke a little bit earlier about the Ag Fair, and one of the things that we talked about was the parking where we had did this land deal, land swap, etc. And with us attempting to push this agriculture fair and allow it and really continue to make it into something great, do you think has any assessment done or any preparations done for when that parking lot is no longer available, whether it's for construction or being cut off for usage, in our attempts to grow the Ag Fair and have additional parking? Has any preparation been done for that for future fairs outside of what is coming up?
The technology park has guaranteed that the plan for that area is to be a parking lot anyway for the hotel and for the professional building. And they said that that parking lot during the Ag Fair will still be available for the Ag Fair upon its completion. So the only place it might be an inconvenience is during its construction. But the parking lot is a parking space that's to the north of the compound that is going to be cleared and mowed, and there's a parking space to the south right in front of the department, which is going to be cleared and mowed to ensure that we have parking spaces available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger.
And Mr. Chair, if I can say one thing.
Yes,
and
you
I'm
may.
not sure that the sentiments that expressed by the senator that I'm not doing a good job is the popular sentiments throughout the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Well, for
Senator-
clarity and for repeating myself, I specifically.
Media. Thank you. The Assistant Commissioner spoke to expending Department of Interior monies before September. You stated, Assistant Commissioner? You're on mute.
No. That's the effort we're trying to make. That's our timeline.
Come closer to the mic, please. I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Yes, that's the intent.
Can you repeat your statement regarding expending DOI's monies before September?
The grant deadline, but this is a grant that was in place since 2017-18. The grant was rewritten. We updated the grant to allow for expenditure to update our existing infrastructure in Bodo, the water infrastructure. The $185,000 extension of the grant, it expires September 30th. I don't believe we'll be able to renew that grant. So as a result, that's our focus, to get it spent by that time. And we do have a plan to do so.
What is any impediments?
Just getting the funds. Apparently, we had some issues where the funds was encumbered by previous VIDA administration to keep the funds. So we had to go through this extensive process with finance to release the funds, things like that. So we are still finalizing that process. Those things are beyond our control. So that process, we actually started doing some purchases. We used department funds to purchase a trailer to store all the equipment and supplies we'll be using. We even work with farmers at We Grow Food to have them become vendors with the government so that they can do some of the small contracts. Like, for example, we have to do a guttering on the roof. That's $6,000. That's something that the farmers on the facility can do, but they still have to be licensed. So we are trying that approach, but we spent some time doing that. Now we are just going to reach out to vendors and try to get the job done expeditiously.
So the breakdown is on the local side, you're saying? You're not getting the monies from finance?
Yeah, we had to do some additional processes. Like I said, there was a PO encumbering the funds and holding it from the previous administration so we can have the funds available. We recently realized that, and the funds are being released. They've been working diligently with us to get this moving. So I thank them for their support in this regard.
So, Commissioner Nelson, is there any communication at the cabinet level with regards to this process to be able to expend these monies?
No, Mr. Chair, it's not necessary yet. It's just what the Assistant Commissioner stated is that the prior Department of Agriculture administration, in a way not to lose the funds, encumbered those funds. Unfortunately, there's a process that you got to go through with the Department of Finance because those funds were already, if a PO was already established for a certain set of money,
right,
you have to retract that. So We
I
can't have that
understand.
conversation now that it's coming up. I can have this conversation with my cabinet
Right,
member.
and I understand that. That's what I'm asking, whether or not.
Not yet, but if that's an issue now, I'll have that conversation.
Okay, so hopefully we will have a conversation. And these are DOI monies that we're talking about that we received several years ago. Which brings me to ask, did we, before the April 1st, I believe it was, deadline this year, did we apply for any DOI funding this year?
No, as far as I know.
And why not?
I have to say, be honest. The reality is that it's one thing to get the funds, but then to expend the funds and manage the funds and have the staff to provide the support to do the reports and everything, it's very challenging. I have been working on grants. I have several grants that I still have to administer to the community, and those grants have deadlines. So
Slow down for me, Assistant Commissioner. So are we saying that we don't have the staffing to do so?
That's the challenge, yes.
So so during the budget process, have we submitted to put in for that staffing request?
We have been making efforts to do so. We have been discussing it. We have individuals we have interviewed.
I'm gonna cut you off there. I'm not understanding. I don't understand your response. Did you or did you not submit for these staffing requests?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And what's the status of that staffing request?
Mr. Abraham, could you Mr. Bryan, could you reference that in terms of?
And don't forget your full name and your position, please.
Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management. And right now we're going through the process pending PRFs with OMB.
And how long has this process been?
It's been a few months. We've been dealing with this, well, actually a few weeks. Is preparing for the budget.
Have there been any new hires within the Department of Agriculture? And I'm not talking about any political hires. Have there been any hires within the department in the last year?
Yes, there has been, Senator.
What positions are there?
There has been the laborers in the abattoir, butchers in the abattoir, heavy equipment operators, these other laborers. We've had the NACD assistant in St. Thomas.
Okay.
We have the.
Okay, so what are the positions needed that the assistant commissioner is referring to?
That's somebody to, I guess, some kind of program assistant to assist with grants, managing the grants. So we have an internal transfer that we're getting ready to make as well.
So let me say this then, and so that we could move forward to the next senator. I believe that the Office of Management and Budget has an office that should be able to assist in this area. There should be no reason why we don't aggressively go after these federal funding so that we could get the assistance, so that we could provide the services to the people of this territory. So we already missed the April 1st deadline for those grant monies this year, but I'm expecting that we are able to spend that $100,000+ that the Assistant Commissioner just spoke to. Senate Secretary, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you're recognized for your 7 minutes at this time.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to listening viewing audience, to our central staff.
I'm not hearing the senator.
Testing.
Okay.
Good afternoon to you, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to our central staff. Good afternoon to listening viewing audience. Good afternoon to our testifiers. I want to first start off because actually the last line of questioning is quite relevant. I am the liaison to the Department of Interior, And what have I found, in, especially working with agencies that work with me, and I would encourage Commissioner Nelson that I'm here to help facilitate, because what I've examined is that a number of departments and what the issues with interior funds is a lack of communication between both the office staff who handles financials and the OIA staff there in DC. And I've stepped in a number of occasions where it's just been a breakdown in communication. So that is really our role as we work between the executive and legislative branch to facilitate communications. But I know firsthand it has a lot to do with communications, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but I would, to you, Assistant Commissioner Collingwood, you can work with my office and I can directly connect you so we can move on. I've learned even in some of the grants, they've been given additional time. So that's really how we work together between the branches. Okay. Commissioner Nelson, I really has been asked to you already, but I just want to find out when you learn of a any kind of water shortages or crises that our farmers face, what action steps do you take as commissioner? Do you go out and visit the farmers? Because I have spent a great amount of my time with my staff team going to farmers, and many of them have said they have not seen, they rarely see agricultural staff, yourself, your presence. What action steps do you take to engage the farmers directly when they're in crisis?
When the farmer's in a crisis, I address the crisis. If there's a water situation, if the pump is out, we fix the pump. I can't possibly make it out to visit every farm. That's impractical. We have staff that go out, and in particular in St. Thomas, we've been visiting those farms a lot. But we address the crisis. If it's a water situation, usually it's the pump broken, the pipe broken, we fix it.
So you yourself have never visited
I've visited
farms?
some farms, of course.
Correct.
I haven't visited all the farms.
Understood, and I have not visited all either, but I'm just saying, as I've visited farms, even your staff's presence on St. Croix, I also engage the St. Thomas farmers as well. And so when I say your presence, I just mean you coming out to speak to them, and also going further, have you ever contemplated actually having town halls in all throughout the islands in different areas, outside of the regular town hall meetings that are held every year for the farm grants? What are you doing to actually reach out to the farmers to have mini meetings with them throughout the islands?
We've had town halls, we've had Zoom meetings, we've had training workshops. We reach out. We've renewed our contact lists, gotten emails. I'm
being specific on Commissioner. I've been to the town halls. You know for a fact that I, Senator Whitaker, have attended the one every year. You guys have a town hall meeting. I went to the one on St. Croix, and I know some other colleagues went to the one on St. Thomas. I'm talking about outside of those regular annual town halls. What are you doing to engage the
Senator, there's no regular annual town halls. So any town halls we've had is as town halls we call to reach out to the farmers.
I'm just going to encourage you, Commissioner, to more than the annual meeting, that you guys have some other stakeholder meetings where you're meeting individual farmers. Yeah. We already have it well established that there's a communication challenge, and let's see if we can do better going forward.
There's something planned for June, the first week in June is also.
And share it robustly, get out to the farmers, and certainly I can help in that regard. In terms of the reduction of acreage of land, constituents have reached out to me saying that their land, the acreage of land have been reduced. I'm talking about livestock farming. Is there a reason why that has taken place, where you have reduced acreage for livestock farmers? Or at least I know of at least one case.
I don't know who you speak of, but if there's anybody who's facing a reduction of land, it's because the land is not being utilized. There are many farmers who have agricultural land. They might have 5 acres and they don't even have a quarter acre being utilized. So if somebody has received that, and I can't speak specifically to who you speak to because I don't know that situation, but if they received such a letter, it's because the property managers went out and like we're doing reconciliation. If the farm looks abandoned, they'll receive a letter.
I read the letter. I read the letter. Went to the farm and I read the letter. And in the letter, it doesn't indicate details as to why the acreage was reduced. So does the board have a policy about reduction? Is it something you can provide to the chair? I would request
2 minutes.
The policies regarding reduction of land. Is there a policy? Because I wasn't clear.
If you read the letter, did the letter ask the person to come in to have a meeting? Usually that's what the letter does. Ask the individual to come. We don't just take the land away. There's a process.
The person was handed the letter. Staff came out, handed the letter to him, and then I read the letter, read it with him. We met, and there was no information as to why
positively certain that the letter did not say that the land was being taken away. It was being considered, and they're asking individuals to come in for a meeting. You said you read the letter. I don't have the letter in front of me, but I'm almost certain that the letter does not read that, because the letter, we never can just take the process of taking land away. And we haven't taken anybody's land away at this point, not under my administration.
We could meet offline about that and drill down and go further.
Well, I would like to, because that has not happened under this administration.
And can you provide more information on the land clearing? Are you still faced with challenges in terms of equipment? Are you making any, with all this infrastructure money coming in, have you as a commissioner endeavored to get the equipment necessary to start the proper clearing of land?
We continue to purchase equipment as funds become available. And equipment breakdown is just something that's going to happen. They're clearing land every day, and just things happen every day. And when they do, we just have to repair them. The big challenge we're having with breakdown is that, well, during COVID, those that were under warranty, the individuals from, say, the technicians from Puerto Rico were not traveling. Of course, ship any breakdown, the parts for those equipment are normally not on island, so I guess we also have to wait on shipping, and there's been some challenges there. But we could perhaps need another mechanic to help to do repairs, but these machines break down, they work.
So for this upcoming budget season, do you have that, mechanics? Do you have those positions listed, and have you put that out or started to put that out?
Yes, we do, including for equipment.
Time.
Chairman, when I wrap up, I have one last question.
You may.
Thank you, Chairman. And finally, on a much lighter note, because there's a lot of heaviness right now in this discussion, on page 6 of your testimony, you highlighted the Youth Agriculture Program. And I do want to put on record, as I really want to express, I want to thank you, Commissioner, especially Mr. Billy Abraham. It is an at-risk project that involved both the Department of Agriculture as well as the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Director Graham, in particular, I want to put out, has been very supportive, and I want to thank both the Housing Authority staff, your staff, Commissioner Nelson, but I also want to indicate one of the impacts that this project will have. I've taken it on as a project as part of my office. I've encouraged my colleagues to participate, thank those who've already indicated their interests. But one of the impacts of this project is going to be to motivate VI youths to farm, to reduce capacity to engage in crime, and increase the number of youth farming. And so this is just a start, and I have already moved forward legislation because I want to make this more than just a 2-3 year project. I want it so that the children of the Virgin Islands will be more permanent. And so I thank you, and I think that and this is, as an example to the public, is an example of the town hall meetings. It's really important that we participate in town halls. The Department of Agriculture looks for ideas, and this is one example of a number of projects that the department does. So as we lift them up, there's a lot of issues here, but also we also have to give credit where it's due. So thank you, Commissioner, and also to the Housing Authority, and I look forward to continuing to work. And to my colleagues, I encourage you to jump on this project. It's been well over a year, a lot of meetings, a lot of assessments. I myself went out to numerous housing communities in St. Croix and St. Thomas to make this effective along with my team. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Commissioner Nelson and staff, I must say that I'm truly perturbed about the response given as to why we're not spending these federal dollars the way we should and being more aggressive as it pertains to the lack of personnel, etc. I'm almost certain that you have the talent within the agency that persons can assist. I see we have online, and hopefully I could get what her specific duties and responsibilities are. But you have, and I don't mean to put her on the spot, but Deputy Commissioner Reese Richards there, who has experience with grants. And here it is, we're sitting here talking about what previous administrations have encumbered, why we can't spend over $100,000 in federal monies. I'm truly taken aback with that, because we've had a number of residents calling about stray animals. And the response have been that have been given by, I can't recall the doctor's name, and I'm surprised that she's not here today as one of the staff members. The response given as to why she is unable to pick up some of these stray animals, the answer is right here. We could have utilized some of this same DOI grant funding to purchase the vehicles necessary to pick up some of these stray animals. That said, what's the assignment or the duties and responsibilities of the new Deputy Commissioner Reese Richards?
The Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture. The last Deputy Commissioner was over administrative processes. So this Deputy Commissioner has taken over the role of the last Deputy Commissioner. She's over the programs, over administration, and she oversees St. Thomas operations.
So is it a possibility that she can assist with overseeing these grants that we're speaking to?
I'm not certain if, I guess, Assistant Commissioner Collingwood was, I guess, clear in the challenges we're having. But with grants, besides writing for the grants, you have reporting periods. You have to get back information from the grantees. And I'm not sure that a deputy commissioner will be able to handle.
Well, I'm not saying for the deputy commissioner to do the footwork like that, but at least for the deputy commissioner to be able to provide that guidance, and we can train up employees to come to this level where I'll give you a chance to respond, Commissioner. I think you know the process here. Not I think, you know the process. I will give you an opportunity to always respond. But my suggestion wasn't for her to actually do the actual footwork, but for her to at least oversee this process, and we actually train up individuals to be able to carry out those functions.
But that is exactly what we're trying to do. The Assistant Commissioner Collingwood oversees these grants in most instances, but there's needed another individual to actually help to do a lot of this reporting, because those reports do consume a lot of time upon all of the other things we're dealing with. We do not have that kind of buffer in our department. Like when I go in my office to do work, policy work, what have you, there's a lot of interruption with dealing with personnel issues because we just don't have that buffer. So all of us are dealing with some of everything that happens.
Can you, 1 second, Madam Secretary, would you be able to make contact with your colleague, the OMB director, to see if her office can assist your agency in this matter?
We can. I know at one point, while even I sat in this seat, we were talking about a centralized grants office for government. There's things we need to do to streamline the process. This grant challenge is not a challenge limited to the Department of Agriculture. We've done a whole lot better in accessing grants, and we've a good bit of money that's being processing right now through the grants. There's still grant monies waiting to be spent, even though we've finished the process. As you've heard, we're about to give out. There's about 3 grants that we're about to start to distribute monies for during this summer. The time and the back and forth in those granting is just something that takes time. We do need personnel, and if there's training for those personnel, like we're about to do, I started to say earlier, we're about to do some cross-training of an in-house person now to assist with the grants, but that still doesn't address the overall problem we're having, like a grants manager per se.
Well, hopefully we can address this matter so that this could be one of your accomplishments within the agency, so that we don't have to be faced with sending back even $1 to the federal government. We have some serious issues going on. I called you, I reached out to you the other day with regards to some stray horses in in the LaGrange area. How is that being addressed?
When they stray horses, the veterinarian division go out and they collect the horses, bring them in, and they charge daily fees for the individuals to pick them up.
So, based on our last discussion, no one, and this has been over 2 weeks. Media, if you could assist me, this has been over 2 or 3 weeks. Have that veterinary division been able to go out and pick up any of these horses?
I was overhearing a conversation just this morning where one of the individuals from that division was speaking to another employee, and I think that we're going to take another pass out there. Sometimes the people move their horses. Sometimes by the time the vet office get there, the horse is not in the same place.
So what's up there? Media, what's up there right now? You're only seeing about 6 or 7 of those horses, but they're on that property. At least I've seen 10 each time, and up to last night when I went out on that property, that happens to be my family's property. Those horses are still there, and I'm not gonna go back and forth with what was stated by the good doctor. When you're seeking help from other agencies or government officials, I think all the smart talk could be kept. We don't really need it. And I was taken aback with some of the comments made as well. But this needs to be addressed, and if she's having a problem with transportation for picking up these animals, then this is another reason why we need to be aggressive in being able to spend the federal dollars that we have. And again, the deadline for this year now has expired, which was April 1st. But we need to be able to see how you will spend the over $100,000 that you have that needs to be spent. You have a plan already for those monies?
Yes, that's the $185,000. I think there's specific items to be purchased and specific things to be done. That's specifically in the Bordeaux area.
And I'm sorry, you said 185?
I think it's 185, correct?
Okay.
Assistant Commissioner?
If you can provide to us the exact dollar amount and let us know what the intent use is, please. And I wanted to ask before I grant the Secretary her point of inquiry, what's the status of your telephone lines? Individuals are still having a real challenge getting into the agency, and is it just on St. Croix or that is territory-wide?
That's the phone lines on St. Croix that are down, the landlines that are down. We are talking, I don't know if Mr. Brian, you have any update? We are talking to VIA. They have been on the ground. They're supposed to be trying, all the wires have been down since the hurricane. Mr. Brian, any update?
Administration and management. Currently, the phones are working. As far as the infrastructure for the lines, we're working with VIA to get those set up. But the lines are currently working right now.
Excuse me. State your name and your title again. You saying it so fast, I don't even understand what you're saying.
Aaron Brian, Director of Administration and Management.
Okay.
Currently, the phone lines are working. The actual infrastructure for the physical landlines, we're working with VIA to get that set up. But you can't communicate with agriculture right now currently.
You said they are the lines are working?
The lines are working, yes.
What is the direct number to St. Croix Agriculture Department?
778-0997.
Thank you.
778-0997?
Correct.
Okay, I'll have, while we're here in the, I'll have my staff reach out to see if we can get an answer on that line. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a point of information concerning the role of the deputy commissioner and the assistant commissioner in the context of policy and fiscal management. I understand that that is the role, the position description. Not having them in front of me, I'm a little bit confused as to why they won't be responsible for the fiscal and budgeting and so on, because throughout government, every department, that's the responsibility of the assistants and deputies. Commissioner, why wouldn't that person have the capacity or be brought up to the capacity? Because that's actually the role. Am I not clear? So on the position descriptions for the deputy and the assistant, do they not have, as a part of the position description, one of their responsibilities is fiscal management, which would include federal grants?
I'm not understanding your question, Senator. You're telling me why they're not over budgeting, or you're asking me if they're not why they're not over grants?
Earlier it was stated, as the chairman indicated, around the issues surrounding the management of federal grants, and it was stated that you're having a hard time, your staff is having a hard time managing the grant, that you need more individuals, or I wasn't clear. I'm asking, is there a reason why I'm confused. That's part of the role and responsibility, am I correct, of the deputy? Who's responsible right now for the federal grants in your...
Okay, that's a different question.
Assistant Commissioner, may I address that, please? Commissioner, can you all hear me carefully?
Yes, go ahead.
No. 1 second. I'll allow you to respond, but Senator, you said you had a point of information. You've gone now to an inquiry. So after this, I'll allow you to wrap it up. Assistant Commissioner, you may proceed.
I just want to be clear. I've been managing the grants. It's not that the grants aren't being well managed. We have been in great compliance. We have done all the audits. All of our grants are in compliance, and in many cases funded through 2024. I am saying that we haven't applied, but we have quite a few grants still to expend, and it's consuming, and we don't have staff to go ahead and apply for additional grants and expend those as well. So we are managing the grants. We have very well, we have been in compliance with all our grantors, and we are in a very excellent position to qualify for additional funding. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
Have a business?
I own a business? I own a business?
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Commissioner, I'm calling that 7780999.
I'm going to apply for it too. Okay?
Media, can you mute the mics, please?
I'm going to fill up my application.
Media, kindly mute the mics at the senators' desks. I'm hearing conversations. I'm calling the 7780997, but I'm getting a answering machine that's asking me to leave my name and number, and somebody will get back to me. What is that about? And all government agencies know that by law that someone should be answering these phones. Is there still a problem going on, or no?
I'm sorry, Aaron Bryan, Director of Administration and Management. Currently, she's out on lunch right now from 12 to 1.
Okay, and no one else answers the phone for 1 hour until that individual comes back?
Currently, no one is here. Currently, no staff is available.
Currently, no staff is available at this time. She's on lunch.
We're short staff at this time. We're short staff today.
We're short staff at this time.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, for me, I'm still truly concerned about the break-ins reported. How many break-ins we've had, Commissioner Nelson?
There's 2 that's been reported, Senator. And 3 counting the golf cart, which we retrieved.
So 2 break-ins and 1, what's that? A theft of a cart?
A golf cart.
Okay. What I'll do is not to continue that. I'll kindly ask you to submit to the committee a detailed report outlining the facts and circumstances and the losses that we've had with these break-ins, please.
Are you asking for a police report, Senator?
Your detailed report can be accompanied by the police report so that we could see that a report was made. But a report from your respective agency outlining the facts and circumstances and what you've put in place to now try to prevent this from occurring again. You did state that you've installed some camera systems. Well, I'll just skip that because I don't want to have the whole security aspect out there, but we'll have a conversation offline.
Mr. Chair, we also, in this most recent incident, we met with the company's representative from Puerto Rico because we too were dissatisfied with the fact that we had security in attendance while these break-ins occurred. So we met with them. We've gone over some new things and some new ways they're going to do certain things.
Okay, so in your detailed report, if you could just let us know all those details as well, so we don't have a public discussion on it. Colleagues, what I'll do at this time is I'll just, if you have a follow-up, I'll allow you to just exhaust at least 2 or 3 questions, and then we wrap up this with the Department of Agriculture. Thank you. Senator Wendy Graff, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can everyone else please mute? We're still hearing some talks. Thanks.
Commissioner, I don't know if you mentioned, I know I stepped out, the Abattoir in St. Thomas. What's the status of that?
The Abattoir is waiting its scope of work from the Department of Public Works. Mm-hmm. There's some $500,000 there to rebuild it.
Okay, and is there a land surveyor for, I guess, through property procurement for Department of Agriculture available presently?
The Department of Property Procurement, I guess, they contract land surveyors, and they are the ones who does the survey on the property because they are the true custodians of government properties. And no, there's not one designated specifically for Department of Agriculture. They contract whomever they need to during times when they need to do that.
Okay, so new individuals can still seek farmland that would have to be subdivided out to them and everything like that, or is that on hold?
So most of the land is already divided into plots.
Okay.
So that new area that we just cleared on St. Croix, that is going to need to be surveyed because we want to do it. We want to create 1 acre plots, and even if we give an individual multiple 1 acre plots, at least they'll be good. We can do it by acre, or even if we split an acre in half. But we are trying to we intend to get that portion surveyed.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, in closing, this month also, besides police and fire and all of those months, senior awareness is also, I was able to sponsor and get passed with my colleagues. Thank you to my colleagues. This is Stroke Awareness Month, and it's near and dear to my heart. And there is an acronym FACE, where you look at a person, you look at their smile to see if their face is drooping, the arms to see if they raise it, and if they're weak in their arms, their speech may be slurred. So FACE, and then time, or fast, not face, fast, and the time to have someone call 911 to get emergency help to those individuals immediately. So I'd like to thank you for the time. And Commissioner, thank you and your team for all that you do, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator DeGraff. Senator Zapata, Before you, Senator Potter, before you respond, Commissioner, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, you mentioned something, and I know the whole public is listening, myself too, like as though that the veterinarian said something inappropriate. I mean, I would like to know if one of my staff gave you, a senator, what you felt was an inappropriate answer or response, because, you know, I don't think it should go unaddressed.
When she just texts you, she should have tell you, but I will have a conversation. I will have a conversation with you
that's
offline.
enough.
That's what I told you. I didn't want to take it there, and I just let it go. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything at all, but,
Well, yeah, but
I will have that conversation with you offline.
That person didn't text me. If you see me responding to text, it's not that person.
Okay, thank you. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your wrap-up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just one final question for Commissioner Nelson, and it really is related to bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bullet number 7 on page 5, where you spoke about the Bordeaux agricultural farmlands, several tours with industry professionals and engineers from the USDA. I wanted to just give you an opportunity to elaborate on this proposed Bordeaux infrastructure upgrade, and what sort of cost are we talking about for that initiative? What sort of funding level is required?
So the governor's office has established $10 million to address the water situation in Bordeaux. And we've been going down there with engineers from the NRCS. We've been going down there with well diggers, with well drillers. They've been meeting along with the one of the major organizations on there, We Grow Food, to get their input about addressing the water issue in a holistic, comprehensive way. The challenges with the water is multifold, meaning from the gutways where the water is to make its way to the ponds not being deep enough or filled with silt, to piping that is leaking pipes that disturbs the water getting to the farmers. From the pumps, which we've replaced the pumps, we've even have access to a new well that hasn't been used in over 10 years. So there's a lot going on with addressing the water, and if we get through with all these steps, we should not have an issue with water in Bordeaux. I mean, some of the challenges we have is where one farmer who might have access to the valve is going to turn off a valve, and then the others upstream don't get it, and it's just some of it is just pure selfishness.
It sounds like a very complicated issue, and it's been a long-standing issue, but I'm encouraged that you're saying we have $10 million that has been devoted towards rectifying this issue. And I'm very hopeful. I'm going to be positive and optimistic that we see some results from this project very soon. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Potter. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you so much. I want to, in my wrap up, I just have 2 questions. One of the things that I did get an opportunity to do early last year when I was in St. Croix, the commissioner did give me quite a bit of a tour of the agricultural grounds over there in St. Croix. And we did have a nice tour of the Abattoir over there. One of the things that I had an opportunity to do was to have direct conversations with some of the staff and hear and listen to some of their major issues. One of the things I wanted to ask you quickly about, I spent some extensive time with some mechanics that were there, and they had some major issues they outlined as to raises and being put on par for the services they provide in maintaining the equipment and various items in the agriculture department. Has any of those mechanics been put on step, or are we in a process to making sure that their salaries are even somewhat on par for the type of work that they do? Because when I was hearing their salaries compared to what I know an average mechanic might make, they were astronomically pretty low. Has any traction been made in that area?
All the employees receive some increases. I won't say that their salaries is really matching what the industry dictates, but they've had some increases, and there's going to be negotiations supposed to open this year regarding wages.
Okay. So, so some of them are okay for now until we continue on with negotiations.
I'm not certain that they're okay for now. They've gotten an increase, and of course, they look forward to negotiations.
Okay. One of the other things in regards to when I was there with the Abattoir and we had the tour of it, what percentage do you see that the District of St. Thomas St. John utilizes to have their services transported over out of all the work that you do, whether on a monthly basis, example?
It's a small percentage. There's not much slaughter demand from St. Thomas. So like in the report here, it shows out of the animals we did for the year so far, we got 10 pigs from St. Thomas. Out of.
Do you think that because they're not utilizing the services, what options do you think there might be? Self-service? Do you know of any other type of businesses here in the territory that might provide the services outside of utilizing the government? How do you think they're handling that?
You talking about for slaughter?
Yes.
There's only one certified, USDA certified slaughterhouse in the Virgin Islands, and that's the Abattoir of the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture.
There's only one.
Any other slaughter that's going on is illegal.
So anything else, according to you, is illegal? Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that information.
According to the law, bush kills are illegal. The reason why USDA certified abattoirs are utilized, because that's how you minimize any outbreak of contamination in food.
Okay. Well, I asked the question because I wanted to know how our farmers were coping. You know, I was a young lady that grew up on those bush skills. I think sometimes as we advance in our society, we go a little bit far in trying to make protections, but you have millions of people that somehow survived on these bush skills for years. But I do understand protections, and I hope that the services at some point, if we get the one here in this district up and running, at some point that they'll also be available here to the people of this territory in this district. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Commissioner, I'll give you an opportunity to put your closing on the record.
Mr. Chair and Senators, we thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation here today. I want you to know that the Department of Agriculture, myself, the other commissioners, the staff, we put our best foot effort, our best foot forward to do what we must on behalf of the farmers. I understand that we will never perhaps have 100% satisfaction, but I take opposition to a senator here going to espouse that we aren't doing a good job. I think we've made great expansion from what we've met, and we will continue to grow. I want the senators to know that it's disheartening to the employees who try their best with meager resources and underpay to do what we have to do on behalf of the farmers, to just be lashed down as though the department is defunct. It's not. The fact is, as was mentioned by, I think, your vice chair of this committee, we need to be serious about agriculture and put our money where our mouth is. And we have, and I thank this legislature, the 34th and the 33rd, that they've given us some leverage. But we are still coming out of the woods. We are not there yet. And we're going to need to work together to do this. Sitting around blaming this one commissioner for decades of problems is not the issue. I am not the fault. I'm not the fault of farming. I'm not the fault of agriculture. We have accessed more grants than they have in the past. We have better relationships with our federal partners than they have in the past. We've have great commendations made to us regarding the abattoir with this most recent inspection. They are very pleased with the improvement that they've made, which in the past they did not even have SOPs to go by. So I am I congratulate my staff. I congratulate the entire Department of Agriculture and the work being done. And I congratulate the farmers who are starting to take farming seriously and are getting to the commercial level. The truth is a lot of people sitting on agricultural land and they seem like they want to hold it long enough that it becomes private possession. That's not the purpose of the land. So some are not going to be pleased, but I guess I have to accept that as well. We do try our best, Senator, with what we have. And when you listen to most of the farmers, they're pretty pleased with the progress of the department, and we'll continue to try our best. Thank you very much, and we'll be available if you need to call on us again. And please do let me know regarding that staff, because if a staff told a senator something out of the way, I believe in airing it. I believe in that. I believe in that. I don't. One, each staff is encouraged to be respectful and professional, and sure, if a senator calls, then we expect that to even be more discipline exercise. So thank you, and thank you for sharing it, and I hope to hear from that. I think you might have told me off the record already, if I think I remember correctly, or somebody told me, but I'm not certain if we're talking about the same thing.
So thank you and your staff for your testimony and responses here today. And from where I sit, I would like to continue to assist the department in whatever way we can. But what we would truly like to see is some more aggression as to the execution of the mandates of the agency, especially with the finances available to you. And I'm asking for some communication between your agency and the Division of Personnel or the Office of Management and Budget as it relates to being able to get on board the necessary staff that you require so that we can carry out the services of the people of the Virgin Islands. So again, I thank you all for your responses and all that you do and will continue to do. We're simply asking that we see a little more aggression, at least in this area. Agriculture is very important and near and dear to us. We saw what happened not only after the hurricanes, but after COVID with the limited items coming into the island. We need to be able to sustain and feed ourselves, as was stated earlier. And in order for us to do that, we got to take agriculture a bit more seriously. And again, I use the word aggression because I think we need to be aggressive in our efforts. So again, thank you all. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will recess at this time, 12:56, and will return on record with the Virgin Islands Port Authority at about 1:45 p.m. sharp. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is recessed. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, May 4th is back on record. Earlier, we heard testimony from the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and now as we resume this afternoon, we will hear testimony from the Virgin Islands Port Authority and the governing board. Let me just say good afternoon to you, gentlemen, and I'm asking that starting from my left, your right, the chairman, go to the other way. You could just identify yourselves. Let me get a mic check. Media, if you could turn on the testifiers' mics. And after we've gotten the introduction from those here physically with us, we will do a systems check with those online. And at this time, I'm asking the senators participating on St. Thomas if they could return to the chambers as we convene. Mr. Chair, you may. I'm not sure. Can you start again? I'm not sure.
One,
Can
two.
you turn on the mics, please? Thank you. You may proceed now.
Good afternoon. I am Willard John, Chairperson of the Board of Governors of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston Byer. I am the Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Dale Gregory. I'm the Assistant Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Tafari Nelson. I am the Mechanical Engineer for the Virgin Islands Port Authority in St. Croix.
Thank you. Welcome. Those online, can we have a systems check starting with the, I think I see the acting executive director, and I'm not sure who's on the bottom.
Good afternoon, Assistant Executive Director Bill Rollins.
We didn't understand anything you said, sir.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you but not understand you, so maybe you're a little far from the mic, but speak more directly into the mic so we could understand what you're saying.
How about now?
Go ahead, we'll see.
Good afternoon, Acting Assistant Executive Director Bill Rollins.
Thank you. Who's on the bottom?
Good afternoon. My name is Ty Smith, Senior Engineer for the St. Thomas St. John District of the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
I'm gonna need you to speak closer into the mic. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you all come closer to the mic? You guys are sitting too far from the mic.
Okay, go ahead. Can you guys hear us now?
I can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kai Smith, Senior Engineer for the St. Thomas St. John District of the Port Authority.
Welcome.
And Paul Thomas, I'm the Electronic Engineer at the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
That gentleman is too far from the mic, and I can't understand what he's saying.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, just put the mic in between both of you where you're seated, and then we'll be able to hear.
Yeah, it was just after, so we just said, can you hear me good now?
I can hear you.
You can or you can't?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Earl Thomas, Electronic Engineer at the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Thank you. Welcome. Mr. Chairman, Board Chair, are you providing a testimony as well from the board's perspective, or is there just one testimony for the port?
Just one testimony.
And who will be the lead on the testimony?
Mr. Dale Gregory.
I will be the lead.
Okay. Is there a reason the director is not here? I did know that he said that he was going to be here.
The director hopes to join us a little later. He was traveling, and he expects to be in his office or join us at some point during the testimony.
Okay, so you will be providing the testimony?
Yes, I will.
Okay, you may proceed, sir. Everyone else, please mute your devices. Make sure your phones are on silent. Thank you.
Dale Gregory. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee of Economic and Development and Agriculture, and to all other distinguished senators present today, the legislative staff, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Dale Gregory, Assistant Director of Engineering with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I have present here with me today Board Chair Willard John, Director of Engineering Preston Byer, Mechanical Engineer Tafari Nelson, and on St. Thomas we have Kai Smith and Earl Thomas, both engineers on the St. Thomas District. Today we will provide an overview of the agency, including our enabling law, the status of the standard operation policies required by local and or federal cognizant entities, and present current agency challenges and plans of action to address these challenges. Please allow me to summarize the mandate of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. VIPA is an autonomous, self-sustaining agency that manages the 2 airports and 14 public seaports in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our main objective is to facilitate traveling, commerce, and aid in fostering tourism and economic growth by the developing and maintaining modern and safe port facilities. The USVI ports are crucial in the economic activity of the territory, particularly due to our geographic locations. Ports support social and economic activities, trade, and our large gross domestic product, tourism. The operation, construction, and maintenance jobs of our ports provide employment and opportunities for residents. They also simultaneously stimulate our economy by providing revenue for the VI government via income and gross receipt taxes. Our main regular communication with the officials of the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, which governs the aviation operations of this territory. We continue to maintain required safety standards, records and inspections of safety logs, and update certification manuals. VIPA has made significant improvements in the airfield signage on St. Thomas, and we are currently repairing commercial apron at the Cyrillic King Airport Terminal, which should be completed in June of 2022. In keeping with FAA mandates, we recently conducted full-scale simulated airport drills to evaluate the government and private emergency agencies' response time and availability of equipment. Our mandatory triennial drills for both Henry E. Rolson and Cyrillic King airports were completed in August and October of 2021. Airport employees, firefighters, police officers have also been attending these annual trainings to meet federal mandates. The U.S. Coast Guard, the federal agency that is charged with monitoring the territory's seaports, VIPA continued to meet all federal mandates established by the U.S. Coast Guard and has had no matters of concern regarding meeting these requirements. The last 2 years have been challenging to the Virgin Islands Port Authority as we coped with an economic hardship caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Repeated shutdowns, varying travel restrictions, a general fear of traveling during the pandemic negatively impact the travel and tourism industry. VIPA's financial situation was worsened by the 18-month absence of cruise ship visits to the territory, causing significant decrease in marine revenues. The U.S. Virgin Islands received no cruise calls from March of 2020 until the first ship returned on July 20th, 2021 on St. Thomas and on August 8, 2021 on St. Croix. Moreover, much of the cargo imports to the U.S. Virgin Islands are food and supplies to provision the cruise ships at our ports. Therefore, when cruise activity decreased, the territory's cargo imports also decreased by almost 30% during the same time. In the fiscal year 2020, we saw a loss of $9.2 million in marine revenues. The Port Authority was faced with identifying funds for critical port repairs and funding for 24-hour airport and seaport operations in the territory. While the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act CARES provided a reimbursement program for aviation operations, lost marine revenues were not supplemented by the federal government. Thus,
may I ask you to pause there a quick second?
Yes.
Was your testimony revised? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, because some of what you're reading, I'm not seeing where I'm trying to follow. So you must, at some point, we'll need an updated copy of what you're reading from. You may continue. Okay. You could continue, but we're gonna just need a copy of what you're reading into the record. Should be on page 5 of 18, funding critical airport terminal expansion projects.
Okay, I'm switching over to that. I'm sorry. Funding critical airport terminal expansion projects. We are challenged to fund expansion and modernization of 2 airport terminals. The total cost of SICA project is estimated at $350 million, and HERA project will cost approximately $150 million. We recently completed phase 1 of HERA terminal expansion, which involved the expansion and upgrade of domestic passenger lounge.
I hate to interrupt you, but when you're using SICA and HERA, please initially let the folks listening know exactly what the acronym is.
Okay. SICA from here on, SICA refers to the Cyril E. King Airport on St. Thomas, and HERA refers to the Henry E. Rolson Terminal on St. Croix, the only 2 airports that the Port Authority manages. Okay, I was saying that we recently completed phase 1 of the HERA terminal expansion project, which involves the expansion and upgrade of the domestic passenger lounge. Our next step is to design the second phase, which will entail the build-out of 21,000 square foot second floor terminal, an expanded hold room, additional concession spaces, and construction of a 4-jet bridge, construction of 4 jet bridges. Governor Bryan recently vetoed legislation to appropriate $3.5 million to fund the design phase of phase 2 of the Henry Rolson Airport expansion and modernization project. But
just take your time. I think you're trying to hustle, you're missing words and whatnot. I don't want you to do that. Just take your time and flow through. We're good.
Viper continues to seek a funding source for the design phase of this project that is needed to expand the capacity of the airport terminal on St. Croix and maximize the use of its 10,000-foot runway. On St. Thomas, the design of phase 2 of the Cyril E. King Airport expansion and modernization project was funded and is completed. Phase 2 includes the expansion of the commuter gates currently used by Cape Air, Seabourn, and Liat, etc., and the build-out of the northern wing of the terminal to include construction of up to 5 jet bridges. While the design is completed, we also continue to seek a funding source for the remaining design and construction stages of this 4-phase project. Viper Human Resources Department has ramped up its recruitment efforts via print and social media using local and stateside recruitment resources and participated in career fairs. We are currently seeking full-time airport rescue firefighters on both St. Thomas and St. Croix. We are also hiring full-time police officers on St. Thomas and full-time and part-time officers on St. Croix. We have had some challenges in filling these positions, particularly on St. Croix. Viper is offering a new
Top of page 7 of 18.
hire a transfer initiative of $1,000 after successful completion of a law enforcement training program with the starting salary of $40,953. Transferring officers are offered a competitive salary base on their current rate of pay and years of service. In addition, a special $5,000 bonus is offered to new law enforcement officers on St. Croix only. Despite our financial challenges, we have kept all 365 valued members of our team employed. This is our most significant achievement and one that was strongly supported by Viper's Board of Governors and the management team. Our employees have mortgage and rent payments to meet and have children in school and other family members that rely on them. From a humanitarian and a business standpoint, we decided to do whatever possible to keep our staff employed. Our employees remain our most valuable asset to the authority. While we do have our challenges, we must also mention the opportunities that are available to us. One, the U.S. government provides $32 million via Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Act, CARES Act. The CARES Act is a reimbursement program to be used for aviation operations only. In addition, several airport improvement projects that required a 10% match were fully funded by the FAA during the pandemic. The FAA has recently opened the application process to qualify airports for $1 billion in funds available to upgrade and modernize American airports. This funding is available via President Biden's bipartisan funding law. Lost marine revenues, however, were not supplemented by the federal government. Thus, my team and I were challenged to be creative to find ways to ensure that the territory's seaport infrastructure did not fall into disrepair and that our capital improvement program did not come to a standstill. We sought and received financial assistance from the Brian Roach administration and the 33rd and the 34th legislature of the Virgin Islands to help fund our capital projects program. To date, the USVI government has appropriated over $10 million in funds to the Port Authority to assist with our major port developments. These projects included on St. Croix, $3,800,000 match for the development of Garden Finch Molasses Pier project, $1.7 million local match for the Henry Wilson Terminal Expansion project, $2,050,000 to repair the Ann Abramson Marine Facility Tender Landing Pier, $400,000 to repair the Ann Abramson Marine Facility damaged storm panels, a totaling $7,950,000 on St. Croix. On St. John, $900,000 for improvements to the Boynes Dock and Cruise Bay, $920,000 to construct a fishing facility in Cruise Bay, $400,000 to design a multipurpose facility for cultural events on St. John. That's $2,220,000 for St. John. On St. Thomas, $440,000 to complete the Charlotte Amalie Waterfront Bulkhead Fender-in project, a total of $10,610,000 given to the Port Authority by the legislature and government of the Virgin Islands. VIPA also requested $16 million in stimulus funding received by the government of the Virgin Islands. To date, we have received $8 million and hope to receive another $8 million. These funds will be used to help fund pending marine infrastructure projects. The 34th legislature approved the transfer of former Adelita Crankrine School property to the Virgin Islands Port Authority so that we may expand our congested cargo facility in Crown Bay. This will allow for a safer operation at this busy and often congested cargo port. We are working closely with our major shipping partners to maximize the expanded operational space at this facility. VIPA received a $21.9 million grant from the U.S. Marine Administration, MARAD, to expand the Crown Bay Cargo Port facility. The grant will fund improvements to the 40-year-old Crown Bay Cargo Terminal and will make St. Thomas a prime port for transshipment throughout the eastern and southern Caribbean. We are seeking similar funds to expand the container port in St. Croix. This can be a game changer in as much as the area is in an opportunity zone legislated by this body. VIPA and Royal Caribbean Group have partnered to improve the cruise industry in the U.S. Virgin Islands to ensure that the territory secures its position as a top-rated and unique cruise destination. In 2021, we announced that VIPA and Royal Caribbean were extending our 10-year berthing agreement and that we would work together to develop the physical infrastructure and attractions in Crown Bay, Frederiksted, and other areas on St. Croix. Last week, Tuesday, April 26, we hosted a joint press conference with Royal Caribbean at the Sea Trade Cruise Global Convention held in Miami, Florida, to announce Royal Caribbean's commitment to increase passenger growth territory-wide in 2023. Royal Caribbean expects to bring up to 140,000 cruise visitors to St. Croix next year, which is about 3 times the 50,000 cruise guests that visited St. Croix via the cruise line ships prior to the pandemic in 2019. Royal will also bring at least 750,000 cruise passengers to St. Thomas in 2023, which is a 70% increase. In addition, a special excursion will take visitors directly to St. John from Crown Bay to Cruise Bay. The vessel taking visitors to St. John will have a total capacity of at least 400 passengers. This is great news for the Virgin Islands. It signals that the cruise industry in the territory is poised for a significant growth we need to recover from the devastating economic setback experienced during the last 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is critical to the success of our economy that is heavily reliant upon tourism. and to the residents of our community who make their living providing services and goods for the cruise visitors. Moreover, growth in our cruise industry is also essential to the growth of our cargo industry. As I mentioned earlier in the testimony, approximately 30% of our cargo imports to the territory are goods for the cruise ships. An increase in cruise visitors translates into increase in cargo importation. Mr. Tim Martin, who is Tropical Shipping's Vice President of Commercial and Trades, attended our press conference with the Royal Caribbean Group at Sea Trade. Tropical is the territory's largest cargo company. Therefore, any increase in cruise traffic to the territory signals an increase in business for Tropical and all the shipping companies serving the USVI. I'm especially thrilled about the anticipated increase in the cruise visitors to St. Croix. Royal Caribbean is working with Viper, the government of the VI, and the private sector to grow the landside experience for its guests before bringing larger ships to the island. Representatives from Royal were on St. Croix last month with Viper and GVI, government of the VI, officials touring existing and probable future landside attractions. While we are on the public record, I would like to correct an often misguided belief that our cruise ship visitors are not as vital as our tourists to our tourist industry as our overnight visitors. Statistics have shown that today's cruise visitors becomes tomorrow's overnight guests. Overnight guests also return as cruise ship visitors. During the height of the pandemic, we witnessed the closure of limited operations for most of our restaurants, taxi drivers, the water and land excursion business, Megan's Bay Authority, and the merchants on Main Street, Havenside, and Crown Bay. It is evident that improving our tourism product is essential to the success of our economy. This fact was the driving force behind our swift action to develop protocols that allowed us to reopen our ports and our island to visitors by implementing safety guidelines under direction of the VI Department of Health. Viper worked closely with the administration, including tourism, health, and WICO officials, and we were successful in our efforts. While other parts of the country and neighboring islands were closed during the pandemic, the U.S. Virgin Islands safely remained open for business. I thank the Port Authority employees who work daily to keep our ports open, to facilitate travel and commerce throughout the pandemic. While many were able to stay safe at home, Viper employees reported to work and were on the front lines. They are to be commended for their commitment and service. The government of the Virgin Islands and the private sector are to be lauded for their handling of this pandemic while balancing the health and safety needs of our community. As a result, we expect to see an increase in cruise calls to the territory starting January 2023. Air travel report shows a growth higher than our pre-pandemic numbers of 2019. Robust growth of aviation traffic is projected through the end of this year. Viper currently has $60 million in capital improvement projects ongoing on St. Croix and $50 million in capital projects on St. Thomas. We expect to complete 2 major projects this year and 1 next year. The Gordonay Finch Molasses Spare $12.2 million project, landside improvement, should be completed this summer. We'll soon finish the construction of a new cargo processing facility at the port located at Crouse Lagoon on St. Croix. All cargo operations will move from Gallows Bay to the Molasses Pier, allowing us to further develop Gallows Bay into a passenger facilities for ferries, luxury vessels, and small cruise ships. A grand opening ceremony is scheduled for June 23, 2022. Construction of a new warehouse at the Wilfred Bumba Alec Port and Shipment Center, Container Port, $15.9 million, will be completed by the fall of 2022. This facility was destroyed in the 2017 storms. We now have a stronger building that will better withstand storm conditions. We are currently collaborating with tenants to coordinate a seamless move-in schedule. The Cyril King Parking and Transportation Center $26.8 million project will provide 561 parking spaces for the King Airport and a dedicated area for taxi and rental car operation. This new facility will be completed by the summer of 2023. In 2014, we floated bonds to build a parking garage at the Herman Victor Fredericks Marine Facility. This project costs $5.8 million and currently brings in revenue of about $130,000 a month. With the bond repayment schedule of $10 million, it is clear that this was a worthwhile investment for the authority. One of the projects high on our list of priorities is the construction of a new Custom and Border Protection terminal at the Herman Victor Fredericks Marine Facility in Red Hook. We plan to build a 2,376 square foot, two-story custom terminal and a 4,040 square foot pier occupying 9,600 square feet of submerged lands. The project also requires dredging 36 cubic yards of material from the Red Hook Harbor. Once this facility comes online, it will augment the CBP services provided to the territory and reduce the travel time between the British Virgin Islands and the U.S. Virgin Islands. It will also allow for the separation of domestic and foreign passengers for processing. About 290,000 people traveled via ferries from Red Hook to BVI every year prior to the pandemic. This project is currently on hold pending funding. We estimate will cost $9.5 million. We currently have $2.5 million remaining from our previous bond issuance earmarked for this project, plus an additional $1.2 million in our capital projects program. I have been collaborating with the Honorable Senator Milton Potter to seek his assistance in the appropriation of $5.8 million to start this project, and are also seeking any possible federal funding programs. The 33rd Legislature appropriated $900,000 for the St. John Capital Improvement Fund to address much-needed repairs and improvements to the Cruise Bay Ferry Terminal. The projects entail resurfacing the entire pier to ensure a smooth, uniform surface, installation of a canopy adjacent to the existing terminal to provide additional protection from inclement weather, a unisex restroom facility, and an electrical room to facilitate the backup emergency generator. The St. John Historic Preservation Committee approved this project, and we are awaiting final approval by CZM. We hope to meet with CZM this month. Bids will be issued immediately upon receipt of the final CZM approval. This body has recently approved that will allow the authority to provide a self-insurance program that insures risks for its minor marine, aviation, and commercial assets. Governor Albert Bryan approved the bill and is now signed into law, Act number 8565. It authorized VIPA to establish an insurance program that will save Viper about $1.2 million a year in insurance premiums. This program will only be applicable for certain Viper assets such as our automobiles, our pilot boats, and other small equipment. It does not include insurance coverage for our facilities, which are insured under separate insurance plans. This approval comes at an excellent time as the payment of the insurance premium for these assets would have been due in November. This now gives the authority ample time to establish a self-insurance account. Several senators have inquired about the use of plot number 3 Estate Bethlehem Middleworks, located near the Rolson Airport and St. Croix for drag racing. Viper Board of Governors moved swiftly and authorized the renewal of a short-term permit with the Caribbean Drag Racing Association, CDRA, for the use of this property. Beginning April 15, 2022, the agreement allows CDRC to start repairs and construction of the facility, not for drag racing activities. Our next step will be to negotiate a long-term lease with CDRA and seek FAA approval of a long-term lease to include an appraisal to determine fair market value of the property. CDRA must also obtain insurance for a special motor event. On behalf of the authority's Board of Governors, I thank the Brian Roche administration and this body for your continued support of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Both entities have been invaluable partners as we work to provide safe and upgraded port facilities. As we move forward, it is critical that we forge even stronger relationships with the government and our stakeholders. Investing in our ports affects the lives of every Virgin Islander and visitor, as everything that is consumed and used here in our communities enters through our airports and seaports. Chairman Gittins, this concludes my testimony today. My staff and I are available to answer any questions that you or this committee may have regarding the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I thank you.
Thank you. Is it assistant?
Gregory.
No, your title.
Assistant Director of
Director. Yes, thank you, Assistant Director Gregory. I want to recognize the presence of the Executive Director, former Senator Carlton Dow. Welcome. Before I open the floor, do you wish to add anything else to the testimony that was just read into the record?
Mr. Chairman, and to all the senators present, and of course the listening and viewing audience. The Port Authority have a short PowerPoint presentation that would be narrated by two of our engineers.
Okay, we may go ahead and proceed with that. While we're going there, can you just let me know if Senator Potter is there? Is he back there?
No.
Okay, thanks. Who will be narrating, you said?
I don't see. I think I know in St. Croix should have Tafari Nelson. He would be the one speaking to the St. Croix projects, and I believe in St. Thomas should be Kai Smith, I believe.
Okay.
Both of them together? Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nelson is on this end. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tafari Nelson. I'm the mechanical engineer for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. And I'll be covering the St. Croix projects for this PowerPoint. All right. Next slide, please. So this is the Henry E. Rolson Airport Terminal Expansion and Modernization Project, Phase 1, Domestic Traveler Lounge Expansion. This project was completed in December of 2021 and essentially doubled the capacity of the pre-clearance hall room to provide an additional retail concessions, food, and other amenities such as portable device charging stations. J. Benton is the contractor that did the work, and it was funded by the 2019 US EDA grant in the amount of $7 million with a local match of $1.6 million. Next slide, please. For a total of 8.6. And that was phase one. This is a 4-phase project. So the next phases will be 2, 3, and 4. This will include an additional second level to accommodate up to 4 jet bridges, additional whole room, concession and retail space, improved layout for better passenger flow and baggage handling in the terminal, redesign, expansion, and modernization of the interior of the terminal to make the best use of the existing floor plan, additional vibrant tropical landscaping and changes to improve the flow of vehicular traffic. The terminal expansion will attract larger aircraft and maximize the potential of the airport's 10,000-foot runway. Larger aircraft means more travelers and an improved tourism economy for St. Croix. Next slide, please. So the next phase, of course, since phase 1 is completed, would be phase 2, which is approximately $135 million in cost. This is going to be the second floor hold room and boarding bridges. Due to the cost, it may be split into sub-phases, at least 2, being phase 2A and 2B. The build-out will be 21,000 square feet on the second floor of the terminal. Expanded whole room of the second floor of the terminal. Additional concession space, construction of up to 4 jet bridges to allow for loading and unloading of different aircraft simultaneously. Relocating of the waiting area for the Puerto Rico Gate hold room to the second floor allows for a more efficient flow of the terminal. And that is a rendering of the exterior of the terminal with the existing floor plan and the 4 jet bridges. And I'll pass it over to St. Thomas for their aviation report.
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Kai Smith, Senior Engineer of the Virgin Islands Port Authority, St. Thomas, St. John District. And today I'm pleased to present to you Chairman Giddens and other committee members on some of the aviation projects that VIPA has on its horizon. So next, I can't see the slide, so next slide. On the aviation side, we've commenced the first phase of the Cyril E. King Airport modernization and expansion with the Parking and Transportation Center. And the construction is being performed by A Construction at a cost of $26.8 million, of which $20 million is provided by a grant from the EDA, the Economic Development Administration, and $6.8 is VIPA's local match. This project will provide 561 parking and rental car spaces and provide VIPA with increased revenue to support its operation by way of parking fees. This project is scheduled to be completed by the summer of 2023. And there you see 2 project renderings there on the left. Next slide, please. Okay. VIPA has also entered into a task order with our aviation consultants, Kimley Horn and Associates, to complete the design and construction documents and construction phase services for the replacement of 37 ticketing counters and 13 gate podiums at the Cyril E. King Airport. The task order is in the amount of $190,000 and is funded via the Passenger Facility Charge Program administered by the FAA. Next slide, please. We'll turn it back over to the Marine Division of St. Croix.
Good afternoon again. Tafari Nelson, Mechanical Engineer for Port Authority. And to the slide. So this is the Gordon A. Finch Molasses Pier landside improvements. The project began in January of 2020 and should be completed by the summer of 2022. The project includes the construction of the cargo processing facility. As you can see on the right side, estimated cost of $14.5 million. And the seaside improvements entails dredging and enhancements to the roll-on, roll-off dock, also known as the Ro-Ro dock. AT Construction is doing the landside improvements.
Like, we didn't have the same.
This is being funded by the U.S. Maritime Administration, which awarded VIPA a $10.67 million grant, and the 33rd Legislature, which provided matching funds of $3.8 million.
Gentlemen on the other end, mute your mic for me, please. Thanks.
All cargo operations will be relocated from the Gallows Bay Marine Facility to the Molasses Pier once the project is completed. Of course, this will allow the Gallows Bay Port to maximize its full potential as a premium passenger facility catering to many cruise ships and luxury yachts. Next slide. This project is the new Wilfred Alec Port and Transshipment Center cargo warehouse. VIPA is building a new terminal at the Wilfred Alec and Transshipment Center, also known as Container Port, for cargo storage and office space. The old building at the Container Port was destroyed during the Hurricane Maria, then demolished, and now is being rebuilt by Lamartec, Inc., as part of the scope of work in their contract with VIPA. It's being funded 50% grant by the US EDA and then 50% by VIPA proceeds. This facility should be completed by fall of 2022. The next project, next slide please, is the dredging Schooner Bay Channel. VIPA has applied to dredge the Schooner Bay Channel, the west aligned marked channel of the two navigation channels leading to the entrance of Gallows Bay and Christiansted Harbor. Maintenance dredging of the channel was last completed in 1991. The channel will be restored to the previously authorized depth of 18 feet, mean lower low water, MLLW, to accommodate small cruise ships, mega yachts, and other commercial deep draft vessels that can no longer utilize the channel due to shoaling. This will allow VIPA to further develop the Gallows Bay Port in Christiansted into an attractive passenger vessel facility and revitalize the Christiansted district on St. Croix. And last slide, please. Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility. This is two projects, the tender pier landing and the storm panel replacement. VIPA has two pending projects at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility. Again, the repairs to the tender landing pier is $2.05 million, and the repairs to the storm panel will be $400,000. These projects were both funded by the VI legislature, and VIPA intends to put these projects out to bid this year, 2022. I'll turn it back over to St. Thomas for their marine reports.
Kai Smith, Senior Engineer. And I'd like to circle back on the aviation side because there was a little discrepancy between my slides. So I just wanted to cover phases 2, 3, and 4 of the terminal expansion. Will feature increased square footage by way of a large atrium on the second floor and a brand new state-of-the-art baggage handling system that considers projected growth in employments into the future, improvements to HVAC and MEP systems, an addition of 10 new jet bridges, and the addition of a new commuter wing. The overall goal is to improve passenger experience and establish the Cyril E. King Airport as a premier passenger hub for the Caribbean and to capitalize on the inherent benefits as a tourist destination of choice in the Caribbean. And then I'll go ahead and move back to the marine side now. So we can just fast forward the slides all the way to the Seaport St. Thomas. So on the marine side, we have projects that are both in the planning and some in the construction phase. And I'll start with the second phase of the waterfront fendering. which our goal was to replace the existing dilapidated wooden fendering systems. The new fenders have approximate life of 20 years and will be and improve conditions for the users of the waterfront bulkhead. And the work is being currently performed by Above and Below Services, LLC, at a cost of $440,000. Next slide, please. The Crown Bay cargo terminal improvements are still in the pre-grant/design phase and will include much needed improvements such as bulkhead rehab, concrete apron reconstruction, improvements of lighting, security perimeter, and fire protection. The funding source for these improvements will be via Port Infrastructure Development Grant by the U.S. Maritime Administration and will cement the Crown Bay Terminal as a prime transshipment center in the Caribbean. Next slide, please. Okay, dredging of the East Gregory Channel. And the project scope for that project is the filling in of the notch at the Austin Babe Monsanto Pier and to dredge 50,000 cubic yards of material from the North Berth from the East Gregory Channel to accommodate Quantum class vessels. One of the largest cruise lines using this pier specifically requires the maintenance of dredging of the turning basin and provisions of nav aids to the piers. The pier also sustained significant damage during the 2 Category 5 events during the hurricane season of 2017. Next slide, please. The new customs building at the Herman Victor Fredericks Terminal in Red Hook, and VIPA plans to build approximately 2,300 square foot 2-story customs building and a 4,000 square foot pier to occupy 9,600 square feet of submerged land. And the project also includes dredging of 36 cubic yards of material from the Red Hook Harbor. This would augment CBP services provided in the territory and expedite travel time between the BVI and the USVI. Next slide, please. Dredging to accommodate the Oasis class ships at the Waiko dock. VIPA and the West Indian Company have submitted a joint application to dredge the inner and outer Charlotte Amalie Harbor to enable berthing of Oasis class ships at the Waiko dock. And the project includes the dredging of approximately 250,000 cubic yards of material from the harbor. Local CZM permits are approved, and this project is pending receipt of permits from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is the agency administering the CDBG, Community Development Grant Program. Next, and that the estimated cost on that project is $23.9 million. Moving on to the seaports of St. John, the Lord L. Boynes Marine Facility dock improvements. As Mr. Gregory discussed earlier, $900,000 was appropriated and to address much needed repairs to the Cruise Bay Ferry Terminal. And that project will include the resurfacing of the entire pier, a new canopy, and also a unisex restroom and electrical room to facilitate backup and emergency generators. The project has been approved by the St. John HPC, and we're scheduled to be on the CZM's docket for May. And the estimated cost of this entire project, including design, is about $900,000. So, next slide, please. I guess the director will talk about this, or somebody. Or I can do it. The VIPA's an autonomous self-sustaining agency in the USVI that has managed the ports of the territory for the last 53 years. And our facilities, VIPA owns and operates the 2 airports and most of the public seaports in the USVI. And VIPA's mandate is to maintain and develop the airports and seaports of the USVI to accommodate the current and future demands of the users. The economic importance, VIPA is a critical arm of the USVI's economy by facilitating travel, commerce, and aiding in fostering tourism and economic growth via our ports. Our stakeholders are the USVI community, our facility users, tenants, and neighboring Caribbean islands, and the global aviation and marine port agencies. And this slide, the next slide basically highlights how we fund operations. And a main takeaway is that the FAA application process for $1 billion of funding to upgrade and modernize U.S. airports by the bipartisan infrastructure law. Law. We've currently sent out our letter of intent to try to gain funding. And that's it for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else to add, Executive Director?
Thank you. No, I want to just publicly acknowledge and thank those youngsters at the Port Authority. I have Kai Smith did an excellent job, and Tafari Nelson. And so we're here prepared to answer any questions that the body might have.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, you gotta go back home, man. These guys got it. They take care of it for you.
Sorry?
I said you gotta go back home because your team you sent, I think they're on the money.
It was so nice to sit back and listen to them.
I think so too, man. It really is to see it too. Now, in the new parking terminal that's being built, about how many disabled parking spaces will we have for that facility, that parking lot?
Our engineering folks would probably tell us.
Hi, Kai Smith, Senior Engineer. 561 spaces will be provided.
Right. How many for the disabled?
1 second.
Okay. Okay, I guess I could just move on. With we seen COVID on another rise here in the territory. It backed off. It's going on a rise. You say you received some COVID funding. How is that COVID funding used in your ports for your employees to make sure they are kept safe on a regular basis? As mentioned, they showed up to work when everybody else probably was home.
Okay, well, that funding primarily was to keep the operation of the airport going, but we are also able to use it for supplies, the PPEs, and the basic equipment that was needed, the sanitizers, the testing equipment, and basically whatever we needed during that time to make sure that folks could stay safe. So a lot of the equipment that you see at the seaport or airport when you were leaving early on in that day, temperature gauges and all this kind of stuff. But that was money primarily to keep the airport operational. That was a federal grant in the amount of $32 million. And that's why we said to folks that that happened only on the airport side, but didn't transfer to the marine side.
Okay, I guess that need to be done. Now, I've seen on the Waterfront Veterans Drive, vehicles go over. I've seen people fall overboard. I've seen Red Hook I know for sure a police officer fell overboard. Now I was looking at some of the putting in these bumper systems. I know I've seen where they had on some of our old ports, they showed there like ladder systems that were built into the walls for persons who may fall overboard. Somebody isn't there to help them out, that they themselves can climb out. Is that against any of the federal rules, or can those type of systems be integrated because of how open up our, the waterfront apron is?
That's something we could look into, Senator. I think it's a good point that you're raising, but I don't know what challenges we might be there. But it's something that we could definitely look at. They're going to be designing a second phase of the waterfront project, and we hope that we'll have some input, because there are some concerns that we see as well in terms from a safety standpoint, even now with the new part that had been opened up.
Okay, and the also alternative energy. We have the solar panels on the Cyril E. King Airport. Are they still operational, and what do they generate?
But all Thomas, could you speak to that?
Okay.
Yes, and good afternoon, Earl Thomas, electronic engineer. Yes, the solar panels at the Cyril E. King Airport are in full swing, and roughly on a monthly basis, we generate about, I would say, about 300 kilowatt hours of 300 kilowatt hours of energy on a monthly basis.
Okay.
So
just,
in dollars,
I'd like to just, sorry.
$30,000 per month.
Okay. Sounds
on
good.
an annual basis, Senator, the Port Authority see savings about $360,000 annually.
Excellent.
From that small system we have there.
That is excellent. Now, for me, all the beautiful ports and everything, I as a Virgin Islander, I'm proud to see them. But for me, the foundation of everything are your employees. Now, with all of these things coming online, you're going to, in terms of the employees, expand, will you hire more individuals who are there already? How does the Port Authority address upward mobility in terms of salaries, in terms of positions in the Port Authority? I know you probably ain't regarding these things, but I would like to know that.
Thanks. The Port Authority is a union shop. So the salaries are determined for the most part through collective bargaining. Just the higher hierarchy, and that is they get their raises based on whatever the union might get as well. So it's a complete union shop that we manages, and so there's always room for upward mobility, for growth, but it depends on individuals as well. So in terms of new hires, I could tell you today, except for police officers or firefighters, we're right now on a whole. The pandemic, like I indicated, on the marine side, we received $8 million through the administration and the COVID program. But outside of that, we're seeking another additional $8 million, because we lost in excess of $16 million on the marine side. So hiring on the marine side, unless it's something that we deem to be critical, we're on a holding pattern until further we could see the revenues.
And you segued right into my next question regards to police, and I guess first responders as a whole. But with your police department, I've seen, you need more personnel. And in terms of, I've seen where you've gone basically from officers to a lieutenant. I think you had a sergeant. I don't know if you still have the sergeant. The rank structure of your department, is that in the process of being overlooked and upgraded?
Well, we always, I just for the record, when I went on to the Port Authority, they're operating both in the territory. They, whatever new, the sergeants we have, any corporal, whatever was created, except for the chief and one lieutenant was created since I went down there. So yes, we expect to continue to expand it. I want to expand it. And as we deal with the upcoming budget, we look for those opportunities to expand our police and fire department as well.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may one follow-up final question.
You sure, man?
Okay, in regards to the Henry Rolston Airport, there is a National Guard Air Base unit. To me, that's another direct line of tourism into the territory, military tourism. In your expansion for the Henry Rolston Airport, is there any talk with the Air Guard in terms of expanding their portion of the airport, the area that they are? Yes.
The Port Authority had been in communication and were exercising a lease agreement with the Virgin Islands National Guard to do exactly that. I think they were looking to spend in excess of $30 to $40 million and a brand new facility at the Henry Rolston Airport. So that's something that's currently in progress.
Okay, that's great news. Director and your team, thank you for what you do for the territory and keep up the great work. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to my Senator Dow, Executive Director Dow, and my former colleagues at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Edie Dow, I definitely must say that I'm very, very impressed with what you and your team are doing at the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I think you're thinking futuristically in terms of planning for growth and development on both the marine and the aviation side. And we have to say that you and your team have quietly garnered a reputation of completing projects. Not just talking about projects. If you want the project done, we can confidently say that once it's in the hands of the Port Authority, it is going to get done. And all of us as a territory are the beneficiaries of that. We benefit from that. So I want to just express kudos to you for that, Executive Director Dow.
Thanks.
I was able to be a part of the cruise line conference in Miami last week, and I was privy to that press conference that you had with Royal Caribbean, where you announced the significant bump in the berths here on St. Thomas, as well as a tremendous boost in the district of St. Croix. And of course, we were all excited about that. My question to you, and what I thought about after the fact was, are we prepared for that dramatic increase in berths territory-wide? We're excited about the process now, but to me, there has to be some sort of preparation with taxi drivers, and tours, etc. What work are we doing in that regard? Is that something that we are thinking about?
I think board member, the chair of our board, put it well, even when we were at Sea-Trade, Mr. John, because a couple of weeks prior to us even going to Sea-Trade, Royal Caribbean development folks, destination folks was on the ground in St. Croix. They met with Mr. John, some of our staff, the business community there in St. Croix, and along with sports parks and recreation. And they have committed to assist with the development and some of the build-out along the coastal line there at the Frederick State Pier. So if Mr. John wants to elaborate, he can. But the other thing I'd like to say is that I know on this side, because we have been accustomed to large numbers of cruise visitors. We have work to do, but it's not to the extent of what we would have to definitely do in St. Croix, activities we provide. But I believe one of the big things that came from it is the spin-off as to starting a new tour that would go directly from Crown Bay straight into Cruise Bay, thus taking sometimes you only have about a percentage of the passengers, especially the repeat passengers, that comes off of the cruise ship. Now, in St. Thomas, when they come here, if you try to go online to book now Symphony of the Seas, you will see that you could buy a tour to go to St. John by sea. So you'd leave, come off at Krong Bay, get on the ferry at Krong Bay, and go directly into Cruz Bay. They expect to be moving about 400 passengers per trip. They could go as high as maybe 2 or 3 trips for the day. But zeroing in on St. Croix, though, there is some, we expect to have some meeting with the stakeholders. They're directing that we must do to make sure that we're ready for the next cruise season in St. Croix. We also had the folks from the destination at Royal Caribbean. They were able to visit the Orchid Garden in St. Croix. These are, to me, some of the best kept secrets in terms of what we could do differently in St. Croix. I myself went there with a lady, Miss Finch, took me there. I was shocked. There are hundreds of thousands of species of orchids that are there. And while to some it might be what this is about, when you go into that garden, you really have a great experience. And that's what, when people travel, is the natural things and the local things of any community is what attracts most individuals.
Absolutely. People are looking for something unique that's indigenous to this place that they're visiting, that's going to be memorable. They're not looking for the same thing that they could find in every island of the Virgin Islands. So that's a good thing. I know last year you mentioned also the relationship with Royal Caribbean with respect to their development and the investment in the Crown Bay area. My question is, has anything really happened in that regard as yet? And have we made significant inroads with regards to the shop owners, mechanic shop and woodworking shops in the area? And I think you're going to need to have like a contiguous, stretch of property in order to really do anything significant that's not segmented. Have you made inroads in that regard?
Well, I think we've made some significant strides. Some of the design is underway, on one hand. We've been meeting with some stakeholders. We've discussed the reason that some of them, or most of them, will relocate. We continue to work with the administration as to how we're going to do that. But nobody's going to have to leave the tomorrow per se. But they will move.
1 minute.
So that's a process that we're working through. But at the same time, we expect later this year, the entire execution, if all goes well, of the agreement would happen. So the Port Authority, we communicate from time to time. We've communicated. Folks down in the sub-base area have gotten more than notice that they're going to have to relocate. One of the things that we continue to look at is because the fact is we care about the individuals. They provide a service, even from offshore marina to the dry dock to the mechanics and everybody. But is that the best use of the property? And we believe that they will be able to exist, but not in that same footprint.
Okay. You mentioned the $1 billion, I believe one of your engineers mentioned this $1 billion FAA funding under the Biden bipartisan funding law. What are your top priorities for this funding? And have you applied for funding? I don't know if you mentioned it during your presentation.
Yeah, let me make it clear. The $1 billion is what's allocated overall for small hub airports.
Yes.
$1 billion is not for the Virgin Islands. It's a competitive grant that I think Kai Smith referenced, that we know you have to send them a letter of intent to apply. So that's where we are. We did send them the letter that of that $1 billion, we want some piece. But I think a couple of the things I know that probably my engineering people could help me better, but it's in terms of what the priority for that, the grant that we're looking at. Could anybody in engineering quickly speak to some of those things? Because it's strictly on the aviation side.
Okay.
I would say that our priority for the BIL funding is both terminal expansion programs on the St. Croix and St. Thomas. So basically, phases 2 through 4 of the terminal expansion program, both at the Cyril E. King Airport and the Henry Rosen Airport.
Okay. Thank you. I don't know if my time was called. I don't believe so. I remember
it was,
in the previous administration. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, just one more question.
Yes.
I remember in the previous administration, there was a dispute, if my memory serves me correctly, and I think you were the ED at the time, between Wyco and Viper over, I think it's a $1 increase in the head tax and how the money was to be divvied up. Has this issue been resolved, or was this issue resolved?
I know the issue. Let me answer it this way. I don't know about the issue being resolved. The Port Authority is the port. The Port Authority collects port dues, and that's what we maintain. The administration at the time, they thought that they should do other things, and the port should give them $1 to assist. And so I don't know that it's been resolved. It's resolved in the port's mind. I don't know if it resolved up the road, but the fact of the matter is, it's and let me just. I want to be clear with something else. When we talk about this dollar, remember, what simply happened is you have wharfage and you have port dues. Only person or entity can collect port dues is the Port Authority. So when we went to 1340, how that money was split between the port dues and the wharfage. That's what the discussion was centered around. And of course, Wyco felt that maybe another $1 should have gone on the wharfage side, because that's what they collect. We collect both port dues and wharfage. So I think, cooler heads will prevail. We're in some discussion now. We'll discuss and see exactly where we come out. At the end of the day, remember, and just for educational purposes, remember what you're seeing at Wyco, that I'm not getting into the argument whether the public or private, but that was a private entity that had to remit port dues to the Port Authority. So the only thing that they were able to collect over the years would have been wharfage. In other words, the fee you charge the vessel to pull up there and operate.
I'm pleased that communication is happening, and without communication, you can't solve anything. So it's good that you guys are actively communicating on this issue. And just finally, I just want to commend you again, particularly for your ability to recruit and tap into young people, young Virgin Islanders, to assume significant roles and positions in the organization, to have them get their hands wet and their feet wet in terms of getting involved and developing real significant projects that would positively impact the people of the Virgin Islands and the territory as a whole. So on that note, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your generosity. Thank you, Edie Dow and your team, for your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Potter.
Thank you, Vice Chair Potter. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues again. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to Executive Director Dow and his support staff. The first thing I wanted to jump into, I want to speak a little bit about the competitive grants. Well, even here locally, as you know, 2 days ago, our own governor announced that we are putting out competitive grants for small businesses here in the territory, which I encourage everyone to go and really apply for. The ending of that, you could submit by June the 15th for up to potentially $50,000 to assist your small business. But the reason why I brought up in regards to your agency, when it comes to the Biden infrastructure plan, what procedures have you guys put in place to really aggressively go after these fundings to make sure that you get a piece of the pie?
A couple things we do. We have consultants that work for the Port Authority all the time, and they get paid on projects. So if they can't help us to bring revenues in, there's nothing for them to be paid on. At the same time, we have hired a private firm that does nothing but grant application in the past. We're in communication with them right now. But bear in mind that some of the grants, though, are not just competitive. Some of them are formula driven. So we're going to get regardless. So that's how the port survive, especially on the airport side, through those kind of grants. But long story short, we have our folks. We have Miss Anis Hodge, who that's one of the things that she do primarily look for, search for, and us to go after them. But we always must know what we don't know and where our strengths and weaknesses lie. And there's nothing wrong with that, because we got $21.9 million, because we did a joint application with Tropical Shipping. They brought the expertise in the grant writing and all of that to the table. We were the applicant. Our staff, the same engineering folks, we provided the details of the information. But sometimes, getting there and putting this all together, and at the end of the day, nothing happens outside. Even with these grants, it takes a little political maneuvering to sometimes cross the finishing line, even nationally.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to hear that even stepping out and partnering with other businesses, that has afforded us to even get the type of grant monies that we need. So that's a definite blessing. I want to ask you a little bit about the hiring initiatives that were spoken about. Have you guys been successful in getting some of the positions you needed filled and the type of people to come to the Port Authority? How well are you doing with that aspect of it, marketing and recruiting people to the Port Authority?
Recruiting, bringing people and keeping people is another thing because, let's be honest. Take, for instance, Tafari Nelson in St. Croix. We knew him, the Port Authority knew him as a summer student. We knew him going to UVI. We knew when he graduated from, I believe, don't hold me hostage if I have it wrong, but we knew when he graduated from college. And we sought to try to bring him home. He came home. Same thing with Kai Smith. Earl was at another private company. We brought him, All Thomas. And so, but the problem is bringing him. We had a young man, Gregory, and he went to greener pastures. And there's nothing wrong with that because we cultivate them. And if they have to move, they have to move. But what I believe we must do, not only the Port Authority, we must make sure that when we talk about paying somebody $100,000 was spent 4 years in college, the parents paying all kind of, we make a big issue out of it. And we have to be prepared to push back and say to this community that when our children prepare themselves, $100,000 is nothing in terms of paying these individuals. And we still are to do a better job on the compensation end because these people could step away from the Port Authority or Public Works any day and do a project and kind of get the money. They have to want to be there. But we do, to me, a decent job in, we just had some job announcement. The Port Authority is, in fact, a great place to work. Folks, I think they're compensated, pretty okay. We can do better, we are to do better, but the finances always dictate. Because when the cruise ship came to the territory for 2 years, that's over $16+ million. And what the port were able to do with the help of the governing body is keep every employee on our payroll.
Okay, thank you. When it comes to the berthing contract in regards to Royal Caribbean, what is the financial impact of that? And does that cause any issues with potential competitors being able to tell me a little bit about that?
No, our berthing contract, again, we currently have a contract with RCL.
Yeah.
And that contract, they have to guarantee a certain amount of dollars through passengers. And remember now, we only speak in Crown Bay. And so that's close up. Contract is probably in excess of close to $7 million.
Okay.
At the time, but we believe that there'll be some changes somewhere in the future.
And before I continue, did I hear time? I want to make sure.
No, you didn't.
Okay, thanks. When we were talking about the travel and transportation between Crown Bay and Cruise Bay, and what are some of the things that you think that could be done to really incorporate even businesses from that perspective into that travel, even through promotion through the Port Authority?
Well, part of what we're doing, matter of fact, in St. John, I was up there recently, and folks, you go up to St. John, you wouldn't believe the opportunities that have came about. Mm-hmm. I took the folks from Royal Caribbean Destination, folks, they had a grand tour of St. John. So local people have the opportunity to as well participate. Besides it, let's say besides the land-based tour operators, right now I know there's a need. There was a business up there one time with these kayaks. That kayak was accommodating about 300 people a day. Kayaks. So one of the spin-off of COVID was the opportunity for a lot of local people getting involved in the water aspect of what happens. And one of the tour that I went on was at Neptune Landing. If anybody goes to St. John, Neptune Landing is a quiet secret in terms of the spectacular scenery and restaurant there at Neptune Landing. The properties owned by St. Jonians. And that's what we tried to do. When we had the folks from Royal Caribbean here, we just didn't take them to the basic places. We take them to meet and to deal and interact with local people who wanted opportunities. And that's what you'll see happening this coming tourist season.
Definitely. I want to ask another question in regards to cargo shipping, because we were hearing, even with individuals that came here for rezoning and even conversation with businesses closing throughout the Caribbean when it comes to cargo shipping. Has the Virgin Islands made any kind of assessment or plan to potentially see how we could potentially become the cargo shipping hub of the Caribbean, or something to that extent, as another way of diversifying what we do here in the Virgin Islands?
That's an excellent question, Senator. I think we're well on our way. This body, and sometimes you guys don't even recognize the work you do yourself. They ain't doing nothing. I've been a part of this body. But when that enterprise zone was passed in certain areas of this territory, it created opportunities. The phones have been ringing off the hook. Take, for instance, in St. Croix. And we showed you recently that huge warehouse that is under construction, should be finished in September. The opportunities as you move supplies and goods through the territory, is how do you store them? How do you keep the supply chain going? And so what you would have is most of these major shippers, let's say, and I go into tropical, we work very closely with them. When they bring in the volume of containers, a lot of those containers don't stay in this territory. A lot of those containers are shipped to the other Eastern Caribbean islands. We have to grow that, and that's with the acquisition of the Cancroin property, that $21.9 million that we just got through that federal grant that we build out that area. All of these things come full circle into that. 30% of the goods that comes into the territory during the tourist season goes back out of this territory in containers to other Caribbean islands to catch up with the next stop for the cruise ships.
Thank you.
Thank you for that answer.
Thank you.
As I wrap up, I want to thank you for sharing this information with us, because when it comes to our ports, I think it's very important that we invest our money and try to get as much funding as possible, because whether it's for food, whether it's for our transportation, or just even dealing with our tourism product, I think our ports are very important, and we need to give it the attention that it needs. Thank you so much.
If I may, just one thing I want to bring to this body's attention in the public. Why it's a good bet.
Executive Director?
When we do this capital.
Executive Director?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If you could hold your point for just 2 minutes. The senator's time has expired, but we need to take a 2-minute recess. Please make note of your thoughts. As soon as we return, you'll be able to state your thoughts. The committee will recess for 2 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, May 4th is back on record. Executive Director Dow, I apologize for that abrupt recess, but you may proceed with your thoughts.
All right, thank you. But let me go right back to where I was. I just want to take a second or two, because I'm doing this and I started to run a little number, and then the accounting folks pop in my mind. So I want to thank our accounting people, Ms. Anna Penn and her staff downstairs. And when we talk in engineering, you see the engineers, but the backbone sometimes of these engineers is the people who are running the numbers in the trenches, Millie in St. Croix, and Amicia Martin in St. Thomas. And of course, we have another person in engineering who is not on the screen, but works as hard as anyone else, is Mr. Charles. Well, he's a draftman and could do anything else. So he's normally the person 2 o'clock in the morning out on the runway. So I want to publicly acknowledge and appreciate what I do. But what I neglected, or what I wanted to say to the body and to the public at large, here is another reason why the Port Authority is a good bet. The Port Authority, based on law, every one of these projects you heard us speaking about, and most of them are federally funded. So we have $60 million worth of projects right now in St. Croix going on. Another $50 million in St. Thomas St. John. The Virgin Islands government, right off the top, before that contractor gets that check, 5% is taken out. So if you're spending about $60 million, you're looking at about $3 million going back to this government. And especially it being federal money, that's not no local money involved. And if you're spending $50 million, looking at about $2.5 million or so going back to the central government. So the Port Authority takes the gross receipts out of the top and remit that immediately to IRB. Thanks.
Thank you, Executive Director. And while you're at it, can you give me the final status update on the $39 million project I've been asking you about on the St. Croix Airport, where the Army Aviation Support Group is supposed to be leasing about 30 acres?
To my knowledge, I want to believe that lease was, and anybody there could help me, I think we executed a lease with them. That's a reference that was made earlier. But yeah, that $39 million project, the Port Authority had already, I think we executed a lease, and it's now on the National Guard side to execute whatever they may have to do. That's to the best of my recollection.
Right, this is the lease with the authorization of that, the monies from the National Defense Authorization Act of 2021.
Correct. That the National Guard would now be able to build an entire hangar for the air guards, and which would bring with it a whole host of supporting folks in the territory, in St. Croix in particular. The military operation air wing of the guards would be stationed there in St. Croix.
Right. This is a 5-year construction project, correct?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it's about 5 years. We met a couple times with the general. He did tell me call him his other name. Is it? Okay. Sorry, I always forget his. Even Senator Potter said he remember the name either. Anyhow, the general.
Right, General Kojo Knox Limbaka.
Okay, that's why he says, "Thou just call me Kojo. No disrespect, just call me Kojo."
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, so the lease is signed. You stated. I haven't heard from the chairman of the board. The lease has been signed.
Yes.
To your knowledge, please.
To my knowledge,
you need to put your name and title on the record when responding. Our stenographer who is not physically in the building with us.
I am Willard John, chairman of the board of VIPA. Yes, the lease has been signed.
Thank you. How long is the lease?
I'm not familiar with the exact duration. That we would have to look up.
Okay, thanks. Now, earlier in the testimony, Assistant Director Gregory spoke to some 14 public seaports managed by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Can those 14 areas be identified?
Certainly, they could be identified. I think that's one of the pop quizzes that you don't want to have. But it's
you could
let's start with the.
You could start out by telling me how many per district, and then go from there.
Sorry. I have it. See, someplace in our testimony we always provided, but we in St. Thomas we do have the seaports would be the seaplane terminal. We have the Ormond Fredericks terminal, the Laridan Boynes, the.
You're gonna have to go slower for me because I'm trying to write.
Sorry.
down.
Okay, we would have the seaplane terminal St. Thomas. We have the Overson terminal St. Croix.
Wait,
we have
one second, Executive Director. I'm trying to write it right, but that's why I wanted by district, so that we could see the breakdown.
Okay, let me start in St. Thomas. If I miss any, probably Dale would help me. But
it's okay. If you miss any, you could give me a detailed one after. But St. Thomas, you said you have the seaplane.
Correct. The seaplane terminal, St. Thomas. We have the Blyden terminal, which is commonly referred to as Tatola Wharf.
Right.
That's where the ferries leave from downtown.
Right.
Then we have, of course, we have the entire waterfront and its bulkhead. We have the Ormond Fredericks Marine Terminal, that's in Red Hook. We have the Laridan Boynes facility.
One sec. Repeat that one for me. Repeat that one for me.
The Ormond Fredericks Marine Terminal in Red Hook.
Fredericks in Red Hook, okay. Go ahead. That's 4 in St. Thomas, yeah.
Right, no. We have the Laridan Boynes in St. John.
Okay, St. John is Boynes.
We have the Creek at Cruz Bay.
Right.
We have the Theoval Moorhead facility. That's where the barges comes in St. John. We have that's what's known as the Sandfield Crown Bay. We have the terminal where Tropical and Crowley comes in. We have the Austin Bay Monsanto Marine Terminal, commonly referred to as Crown Bay. And in terms of seaports in the St. Thomas and John district, that's to the best of my recollection. I'm doing that from my recollection.
So you're saying that you have about 3 different facilities in Crown Bay?
We have the Austin Bay Marine Terminal in Crown Bay. That's where the cruise ships comes in.
Right.
And then we have the cargo facility. That's where Tropical and Crowley and those folks comes in.
And then Monsanto, you said?
Yeah, Monsanto is Crown Bay Marine Terminal. That's where the cruise ship comes in.
Okay, tell me for St. Croix now, and then at the end you could just submit to the committee itemized listing. But tell me those on St. Croix.
That's no problem. In St. Croix, we have the Overson Seaplane Terminal. We have the Gallows Bay facility, marine facility. We have the Bomba Alley transshipment facility, that's commonly called the container port. We have the Garden A. Finch Molasses Pier. We have the Anne E. Abramson, that's the Frederickstead Pier. We also, I think that's about it in St. Croix, unless somebody in St. Tafari could help me if I miss one.
That's 14.
Yeah, that's
Sorry?
That's 14. That's it in St. Croix.
Yes. So I think you covered all of them.
Yes.
Now, in your testimony, you stated that the authorities' main objective is to facilitate travel, commerce, and aid in fostering tourism and economic growth. And that said, how many airlines and flights per day are flying into St. Thomas versus St. Croix?
How many airlines or how many flights overall?
Yeah, airlines
that would vary.
and flights, and not the private jets.
No, that would vary. But we have the major carriers flying into St. Thomas, the major carriers, which means Delta, Spirit, American Airlines, JetBlue, Frontier, Seasonal. That's United. That's 6 of the major carriers. We have, of course, your commuters, your Cape Air, your Silver. In St. Croix, we have, and of course, you have Delta. In St. Croix, you have American Airlines. I think right now it's about 2 flights a day. And depends on what you have. Delta, I think depends on the season too. You might have JetBlue, but I'll have to give you the exact information and all of them. And then given the, sorry.
So there's 6 or 7 major flights going into St. Thomas, and these are multiple flights because as I was coming out of Miami the other day to St. Thomas, I noticed that there was a 10:49, a 11:49, and a 1:49, all from Miami coming into St. Thomas. So on top of the 7 major airlines or so coming into St. Thomas, you have multiple flights coming in, which is good. But I'm asking why the disparity between the 2 districts? What are we doing to enhance flights to the District of St. Croix? Of course, I know in partnership with the Department of Tourism.
I like the last part first. So the Port Authority is not necessarily the marketing arm. We do the things that we can do. Our governing body, what we have done is allow folks, any new flight, any new leg going into St. Croix, those folks can land. Hopefully this year the governing board would renew it. But for the last couple of years, airlines landing in St. Croix, any new flight pays no landing fee for at least a year. There's a percentage they would pay on any other operational fee. But the landing fee is waived in St. Croix. And that's what the Port Authority did in terms of trying to reduce one of the costs that airlines have always, that they would talk about. So that's what our governing body had done. But outside of that, how we continue to do, I went to what they call the routes. That's where you try to meet with all the stakeholders, all the airlines. The territory has participated in routes. And I'm not going to be the person that would say that, first of all, St. Croix have the landing strip that any aircraft that we know can land in St. Croix. So we always trying to promote that. We're always trying to sell that. But at the end of the day, between that, the hotels, which will come first, I don't know. But what we have done is try to make sure that the fees is not one of the reasons why any airline would not want to go into St. Croix. Okay,
and that's why I asked the question here, because you hear so much and we want to hear it directly from you, because I have heard that that the landing fees were part of why airlines are not so much attracted. I mean, that was just one of the things that they were saying. But it was also my understanding that that flights departing from St. Thomas as recent as last week had to travel to St. Croix for fuel first before traveling to the mainland. And I'm saying that if that's the case, then what are we doing to encourage these same airlines to land at both airports, if that is the case?
I don't know how much of that, Senator, I could answer for you. It's good that folks are landing in St. Croix because some of these folks wouldn't even gone to St. Croix. The fact of the matter right now, because of the fuel situation, and as that hopefully this whole thing with Lime Tree could get straightened out, because the consistency, jet fuel right now, I believe in New York a few days ago was over $10. Folks were able to buy jet fuel cheaper in St. Croix than what New York was selling it for. So it made sense for the aircraft going back to JFK, what have you, fuel up in St. Croix and so on. So that's an opportunity, but that whatever is going to happen at Lime Tree in terms of the fuel supply really needs to grow in a big way, and that's something that the entire territory really needs to pay attention to.
Don't get me wrong, Executive Director. I'm not saying anything is wrong with it. What I'm saying is, just like how we see them landing on St. Thomas, picking up their passengers to go back to the mainland, but have to stop in St. Croix first for fuel, I'm saying then maybe even, for tourism, we can see if we can talk with them to see if they could make stops in both districts. Those passengers that's boarding on St. Thomas, heading to the mainland but having to stop here for fuel, they're not coming off the plane. They're just stopping in St. Croix for fuel and then heading on to the mainland. So I'm calling this out to say that we need to have these conversations, and I do intend to bring in tourism as well so we could have this conversation. Mr. Chair, Mr. Willard John, you have something?
Willard John, Chair of the Board. I think that what drives an airline to go to a destination is a demand. We have to have accommodations and also things for our visitors to do to attract them here. Once they're attracted and there's a demand, the airline will come. So we need to do our homework here on St. Croix to make sure that, one, we have enough rooms to accommodate them. You have 250 people on a plane. If you get 8 planes a day, how much people are that? Do we have the type of hotel rooms to accommodate them, etc.? So we have to look at our infrastructure and make sure that we're in a position to accommodate them and then invite them.
So are you saying that that's the reason why they're not coming?
Because I'm saying that is one of the reasons.
Okay, because that's what I said. There are several reasons that we have.
Yes.
I'm not here to bring excuses as to why they're not coming.
Yeah.
And to say that we don't have the infrastructure, the hotel rooms and whatnot, we've heard that for far too long. And we know that people aren't even looking more so at hotels right now. Right now, I believe that St. Croix even have more hotels than St. Thomas now because of what's going on with the pandemic and the rebuild and all kind of things. But people are looking more at Airbnb and whatnot now. And I'm still talking about Virgin Islanders as well that wants to return home, and it's so hard to get into St. Croix. So it's not everybody that's coming that's looking for the hotel. But again, we need to have these discussions. What I'm saying is that a plane load could come from New York. We know we have a lot of Virgin Islanders in New York, in the DMV area, in Texas, etc. Half the plane or 3/4 of the plane might be coming to St. Thomas, and the other quarter or the other half is coming to St. Croix. So they can do both stops. And I'm wondering, why isn't this being done? And again, that will be a conversation to have with the Department of Tourism as well. Now, you also spoke about employees attending an annual training in your report. Where is this annual training being conducted and exactly on what?
Okay. Annually, the firefighters go to South Carolina. I believe currently there's been they used to go to Texas before. I think it's South Carolina now. That they must be certified every year for airport fire rescue.
Okay, but you stated all employees. You also stated firefighters and police officers. I think.
Line force. Yeah, our law enforcement have to participate in the post training. In the every year they do the annual firearms training and so forth.
So the post certification training locally you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay. And so let me stay right there for a minute. So, and earlier I think it was Senator DeGraff asked about the ranking structure and whatnot. What is the role of your Marine Division right now? Because one of my huge concerns is you stated that the United States Coast Guard is charged with monitoring our seaports, and that they had no matters of concern regarding the authorities' requirements. Who handles complaints of vessels mooring in the designated water areas that's supposed to be for the seaplane landing?
If we have mooring issues, normally DPNR will deal with that. But our Marine Division, just like recently, I saw a video going around and a Disney vessels trying to come in now with all the relocation and all those vessels that the congestion. Normally, probably our harbor pilots would go out, but in terms of enforcement, the DPNR is who is entrusted with enforcement in the area.
So do you still have a Marine Division? And if so, what is the role of your Marine Division? At one point, you had two police chiefs in the St. Thomas, St. John district, one for Marine and one for the regular airport. Is that still the case?
No.
Okay.
We have one police chief. We don't have a Marine chief and an airport chief. We have one police chief.
Okay.
What we have is we have a Marine manager, who that person supervises the dock masters, those people who regulate what happens at all our ports. That's what we have, dock masters. And on the seaside, we have the folks that we have harbor pilots, we have crew for the pilots, for the harbor pilot, for the boats. So those folks are folks that go out and take, for example, if you have a major cargo ship coming in, they take the harbor pilots out to meet the vessel and bring it in.
Okay.
That's our Marine Division. We don't have a Marine Police Department or anything of this sort.
Oh, so you don't have a Marine Police Division, is what you're saying? You don't?
No.
Okay. No. So the complaints of what I'm asking about the illegal moorings in the waterways, you're stating that those complaints are channeled or should be channeled to Department of Planning and Natural Resources?
Yeah, that happens, I wouldn't say regularly, but that's what happens. DPNR enforcement people would go out and deal with the moorings. The moorings, the Port Authority have nothing absolutely to do with where a boat park in terms of the moorings, except that when they get into the basin or the channel that is an obstruction for us, then we would either have we have a police boat. The same police officers can go out in our marine vessel and try to clear the channel and so forth, or take somebody from the Marine Division. But a lot of that is done sometimes jointly with DPNR.
So I'll ask, and that's why I specifically asked for, I wanted to have the police chief and whatnot here as well so that we could have this discussion. I want to make sure that there's communication going on between the agencies, Viper Marine or Police, VIPD Marine, DPNR Marine Division as well, so that we can address this. We have been fortunate that we haven't had any accidents, especially with some of these vessels that were left abandoned after the hurricanes that were just out there sitting, and some even in the waterways. And I mean, I fly the seaplane often enough to see this and hear the complaints almost on a weekly basis. So I'm just asking that we have these conversations so that we could make sure that those areas are clear, so that we don't have any incidents with regards to the seaplanes being able to continue to safely land in those designated areas. Senator Potter, you had a point of inquiry?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I really had a question for Executive Director Dahl because when he was talking about the hiring, I actually saw an ad for a law enforcement officer. Territory-wide, it seems you're hiring for law enforcement personnel. And I noticed that the salary is fairly attractive, $40,953 to start. And then I saw something where there was a $5,000 bonus applicable to law enforcement officers on St. Croix only. And I was just curious as to why the distinction between the $5,000 bonus on St. Croix only and not St. Thomas. Just out of curiosity.
Thank you, Mr. HR.
As the former HR director.
HR director. Ms. Richardson someplace pulling her hair out now. But we sat down and we had a communication within our staff and our governing body because we do have challenges in St. Croix finding bodies. So we wanted to create another incentive, another layer in St. Croix. We also hiring part-time folks, auxiliary or what have you at our airports because there's on a regular basis when you look at what's happening, we shot overall, but in St. Croix more so. So that incentive was trying to attract some people to come into the department. Our salary is basically the same as of the VIPD, and with our additional 5,000, we figure we could try to attract some folks.
Okay. I understand. I appreciate that too. But is there something? I know the law enforcement personnel are part of a collective bargaining agreement. Is that something that the union was amenable to, or is this just something that you guys are doing?
That's something that there was, I believe, was amenable to in our discussion. But Ms. Richardson normally would cross eyes and data T's in terms of reaching out to the union. One thing that never heard the union says, we want more money.
Yeah, true. Only the St. Thomas people complaining that you're getting $5,000 more to recruit folks on St. Croix than over here. But thank you very much.
I didn't want to say anything about that, but you went there. I said I was going to create some kind of discussion. However, let's stay to that recruitment area. The part-time law enforcement that you're talking about, you just made mention of auxiliaries. Are you talking about just probably hiring on a part-time basis other LEOs, meaning law enforcement officers, like you've done, or like the hospital have done in the past?
Well, it's any certified law enforcement person who still would meet our requirements or our own background checks as we know it. But yeah, any other law enforcement.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're talking about just
sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. You're talking about just hiring a Leo on a part-time basis if you can't find the full-time ones.
Correct.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know. The media, if you could work with me, and I wanted to ask you too about the police substation and the airport. I don't like when things become political, and this is not from you. This was before, when there was a push to have this police substation and the airport manned by VIPD. And I know that they don't have that luxury of assigning someone on the airport. And I've looked at that each time I land on that airport, and that office is usually closed. And an individual would have to wait for a VIPD officer to come, or a designated officer to come and handle the firearm coming into the territory. Is someone manning that all the time, besides your Port Authority officers? Is there a VIPD officer that's assigned there all the time during the normal business hours while flights are coming in?
No, they're not there all the time.
Okay, so, and even when flights come in, if someone come in, they will have to wait. This picture that we're seeing here, if it's being shown to the public, is where There's a room there right in the baggage claim area. And that's it. It's usually closed. So one will have to sit there and wait. The individual that will be responsible to go to the airport, that will be called out from the firearms division, works a straight shift Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. So what happens when a flight lands at 9 at night or comes in Sunday midday? They have to wait for this individual to come? Or is there some communication between, or some agreement between the Virgin Islands Police Department and your Viper Police Division?
I don't know of any formal agreement. We work with them when we can if they ask us to participate in something. But remember, that office was based on law created, and that office is not manned by the Virgin Islands Port Authority.
I know that, and I specifically said that.
I
Because
know, I'm just trying to speak to the public at large.
I understand, but I'm proving my point as well, that when it was being discussed, that it made no sense. All we're doing is telling the public one thing, and we're doing something else. That's the politics about this that I don't like. You know, but an individual come in now, they have to sit and wait if somebody shows up. And if somebody is called, we need to look at other ways of doing this. There's some other photos that I wanted to just ask the director about, if you could bring them up so I could see which one I wanted. If you have the ones for the Frederickset Pier, I'd like to get an update on that project down there. How you call those? I had the name this morning and now we're gone from me. How you call those? Bollards?
Yeah, the thing on top.
Bollards, yeah.
Right. What's the plan on repairing them along with the keep going media? I want to see and to replace the pier right here. What's the start date on this?
We contemplating, but that pier area was destroyed. It was bad before, it got worse after the hurricane.
Right.
And that's where, that's the $2 million in the, that was seen in the slide. Yes. That we expect. We already selected a contractor. We already have the funding in place. The CZM had a meeting a couple weeks ago, well, probably a week ago, and now we're waiting for they have 8 conditions that they're applying to the permit. And the Port Authority is waiting their response in writing to the 8 conditions that they're placing on the permit. Then we could start a project. So the money is not an issue, the contractor is not an issue, and that's the last phase to start that pier project.
Any timeline on this?
And so forth. Sorry?
Any timeline on this?
I can't put a timeline only because the Port Authority don't control when the CZM in St. Croix board would act in terms of getting us the conditions. We are prepared to go once we get that document.
Okay.
Money in place, everything else in place.
All right, Executive Director. How about any communication with the CZM board to see when they will be convening, rather than us just sitting and waiting to see what's next?
Well, if you know the Port Authority, that's not our pasture at all. Before the ink dry, we had already made contact with CZM. Just last week, I communicated to Commissioner J.P. Oriol to include the St. John project. So we, that's something we're very aggressive about, those kind of things. And that's one of the frustrating parts for the Port Authority. We have the money in place, the contractor in place, and just waiting for this decision. So what was his document?
What was his response about when is the next CZM meeting?
Well, remember the CZM, as I understand it, the commissioner don't set the CZM board meeting. It would be the chair of their board. I don't know when. They had a meeting already. They made a decision to grant us a permit. However, they placed 8 conditions. For example, you have to monitor this, you have to have lighting for the turtles, wherever else they have on the permit. But until we get the 8 conditions, then we can't proceed. So we're just waiting on them to give us in writing the 8 conditions.
All right, I will try from my end to see what answers we can get, because I am not saying that you personally are, because I know that you're an aggressive individual, but it just seems like we're sitting waiting. This thing has been there sitting for many, many years. And of course, we're tired of seeing it in that condition. We're seeing every other project moving along well, and we're not seeing anything happening, especially in the Frederick-Said area. And we just need to see these projects moving. Also, there was a picture up there. I asked media to just hold it there with like a crane or something there. What's going to be done with this? Is it going to just stay there until it falls, or we intend to remove it from there?
You know, somebody, Tafari, you could help me there? Or Dale? Or...
Dale Gregory, Assistant Director of Engineering. That was just a showpiece, and if we'll have to review, take a look at that and see the condition. I mean, I could see that it's really corroded, but we'll talk with our marine people and see if we need to remove that.
Thank you, because it's up to this morning, I went down there again, and it seems like it's going to be a hazard, or it is a hazard with the corrosion there. And I heard the executive director, of course, talked about monies. Of the $540 million, I believe that the territory has received already through the ARPA, have there been any conversation between the Port Authority and the executive branch to see how much of that pie you will be able to get?
There have been consistent communication. As a matter of fact, as late as the governor and myself had discussions, and that's why we got the first $8 million. And based on the discussion I've had with him, we just sent him written communication so that we could receive additional $8 million. So yes, we got $8 million. Yes, we communicate with the governor and his people. And the fact is, they've been, once he had talked about $8 million, we send them a letter. We do our reporting regularly to OMB on how that $8 million is spent. So Ms. Director O'Neill and the Finance Commissioner Basadio, I hope I'm saying her, Basadio, they've been very helpful in terms of getting it out. But we would hope that pretty soon we could get an additional $8 million, and that would really be where we want to be from what we have lost on the marine side.
Right. Okay, and I'd like to wrap up with the remaining pictures that we have there. I happened to be in the baggage claim area and saw some exposed outlet areas. I'm asking your engineering division if they could just revisit those areas. Right in baggage claim, there are these exposed outlets, electrical outlets that needs to be addressed. And then I was looking at the other day, it was day or night? I can't even recall now, but I was coming out the exit of the airport when this car was attempting to come in the exit area. The area on that end is in poor condition. I'm asking you to look at the signage there on that side. The picture that's being shown now, that's the entrance. You can't even see the parking rates on this sign. I think we could do a lot better when it comes to these things. So I'm asking that they might seem minute, but it's a big deal. So let's not look like, we don't like to hear it, but let's not look like we're in a third world country or something. The entrance here is usually dark at night. What's the status with the lighting in the parking lots? I see that we're still utilizing these portable lights as well. What's the status of the lights in the parking lot, at the Henry Rolson Airport.
Senator Gregory again. We're going to have to undertake a lighting project. We realize that the lighting condition at Hira is poor, and we're going to undertake a lighting project to improve the lighting at the facility.
Thank you. And all I ask is that we pay close attention to these things and make sure that we see them through. Now, this is the exit here where I was going out, and that car was coming in right there. Now, you do have a do not enter sign in the area, but where the do not enter sign is, you can hardly see it. You see where that stop sign is that's leaning? If you could see it, right behind that, somebody tacked on, you guys tacked on a do not enter sign there. But you don't see it until you get right up to it. All right, there's no marking with arrows and whatnot that would have told a tourist that this is an exit rather than an entrance. And then lastly, I know it's not on Port Authority itself, but I think we all have a responsibility to have these communications going out. This picture is exiting the airport onto the Melvin H. Evans Highway. The other day, I showed a video of who we believe to be a tourist coming out from this intersection. This is on the East Airport Road. You notice that there is no marking in the road. You don't even know if you're in a turning lane, in a straight lane, or whatever the case may be. And the alleged tourist made a right turn and went eastbound on the westbound lane. Once you get up there, there's no way for you to turn around at all. The only other turn off heading east would be up by the intersection of Liaison and the entrance to go over to Clifton Hill Central High School, the Prophet area. So I'm just asking that we have the discussions with Public Works, and that's the intersection that I'm talking about there as you come out from the airport. And the car just made a right and went eastbound on the highway. There's no markings, no nothing, but what I expect is that all respective government agencies communicate with each other so that we could know the urgencies of all our respective areas and be able to work collaboratively to address some of these issues. All right? So that's all I ask. Colleagues on St. Thomas, if you have any questions that you want to close out with, you can let me know. If not, I will allow the executive director to close out. Senator Potter?
No, I think the executive director satisfied my curiosity. I just wanted to, I made a statement about the youth hiring focus at Viper, and I still also wanted to really recognize Dale Gregory. So Gregory has been really the backbone of engineering for many, many years, so it's good that he is still there offering his wisdom, knowledge, and support. So, we ain't kicking you out of your seat, Mr. Gregory. We recognize your value to mentor young engineers. So thank you very much. That's all for today, Mr. Chair.
Piggybacking on that, I'm glad to hear him talking today, because you usually see him, but you don't hear anything from him. Executive Director, one thing I forgot, the and Abramson Pier is under the direct control of the Port Authority, correct?
Yes, only the pier. Once you exit the pier, that's not property of the pier.
Okay, so we're going to stick with the pier. So with the cruise ships, and Mr. Chairman, the distance from where the ship will dock to the entrance is about a half a mile or so, or a little more. What are we doing to try to, we're talking about some 103 times more than we've seen in the past coming next year, some 140,000 passengers coming in. What are we going to do about addressing how we get passengers who are up in age and physically challenged from the boat to the entrance area? Are we looking at getting a trolley or something where we could assist those people who are challenged in getting to the entrance?
I can partially answer that.
Identify yourself for the...
Willard John, chairman of the board. I spoke with the chief person at Diageo who has a trolley and is willing to donate it to us. She was in the process of doing some legal clearance and also doing some signage on it. Once that's done, they will turn it over to us.
Thank you. So that's one part. And again, as I stated to the Agriculture Commissioner earlier, the time for this year has passed, but I want you all to pay close attention to the opening period and closing period for when you can actually apply for the TAP grant with the Department of Interior. That is somewhere that you could have tapped into and got funding to at least get a trolley or something to be able to assist with moving those passengers from the, how you call the end of the pier? That's what they call the tender pier? Well, from out there where the ship is docked to the front of the visitor center.
That's the apron.
Okay, on the apron, because that's a real long distance for these individuals to be able to traverse. We agree? So I'm asking you. Yes.
Senator, you're right. That's one of the issues we are confronted, and the chairman is absolutely right. Our marine manager, they've been having these talks with Diageo for some time. I guess we're closer now. But that's not going to negate the fact that the Port Authority in of itself, we expect that we'll be budgeting for a trolley as well.
Right.
That one could go down, situations could happen. So we expect to be able to purchase a trolley. Because, I mean, when we're talking about increasing passengers, we're also talking about, and let's go to St. Croix for one quick second, and you show some of the deterioration around the facility. It's no excuse for some of it, but it's a dollar and cents issue because for 25 years, cruise ship passengers was not paying a dime to go into St. Croix. 25 years. So where does that upkeep and the money come from? So what we were able to do is the last agreement we were able to negotiate just so that we could even break even. We're not talking about trying to make a profit, just to break even. Right. So that's why in the contract now going forward, the cruise ship passengers in St. Croix pays $5, while in St. Thomas, they pay $13.40 as we speak.
Right. And that's why we're going to have to work with the administration as well. I think it was the Vice President Novel Francis introduced legislation to provide funding for the port as well, and that measure was vetoed. I forgot how much millions of dollars it was. And I think that the veto message stated something about the authority already getting some $8 million, but one has nothing to do with the other. You still need the funding, and that's a win-win situation for us all. So I'm looking forward to the next session and possibly overriding this measure and making sure that we put our monies where our mouths are and be able to fund the port properly. As you're stating, I know I didn't want to, and me showing those photos isn't an indictment on the Port Authority, I must say, because we've seen a lot, and in my intro, I did state that there was a lot going on with the ports. So, but we still have a lot more work to be done, and we expect that we're able to support the Port Authority in moving forward. And I'll close with this because.
You close with what?
Senator, if you think that I forgot, all you have to say is don't forget me, okay? I don't want to have to go through these types of things with us. But I did forget you, so I'm sorry, and you're recognized for your closeout. Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon again. I just wanted to express some of my frustration is because of the back and forth today with our mics not being turned on at an appropriate time in order for me to respond or do points of inquiry. I was not even aware was on this time. So it had nothing to do with you on a personal basis. I want to thank Senator Dow as well as his staff for coming in. I like to come to hearings such as this where we get direct answers. A lot of times when we come to these hearings, we get a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda, we're assessing, we're getting to it, and a lot of maybes. But one thing I have found with this particular agency, the Port Authority, when they say they're going to do something, they actually get it done. And I'm very happy to be here listening to some of the things I'm listening to today. So I do appreciate all the staff at the Port Authority, as well as the executive director coming here and sharing his thoughts with us. Before I head out, I also want to make a note. I got a text message while I was here when I was speaking earlier in regards to a grant that has been put out. People wanted to know where you could get the application from. 2 days ago, it was announced that there is a small business grant to assist with economic development, as well as how individuals were being innovative here in the territory, unfortunately, during the pandemic, something we saw port authorities do. What it's about is if you are a business that have less than 100 employees and you are at least open 6 months up until the application deadline, which is June 15th, you can apply for a grant up to $50,000 to assist your business with innovative ideas and resiliency. So in order to get the application, it is at www.visbd.org. So I hope that the constituents that were asking about that could go online, download it, and also participate in the application process. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And where I will close out is that, Director, you spoke earlier to paying employees properly and their worth and whatnot, which led me to ask something I heard mentioned by the Vice President earlier. So I want to ask if you have anything in place, any systems in place that will curtail or discourage the abuse of the access of our ports, particularly with schemes such as what we're seeing happening in the BVI, so that we would not be smeared with anything of such actions.
Trying to understand what the question is. The fact of the matter, the Port Authority, I feel comfortable with the, I execute on a daily basis. I have staff that execute. I work for a 9-member governing body, well 8 now, and they hold me accountable all the time, and we hold our folks accountable. The Port Authority have an internal auditor, though been sick for a minute, but I don't, and the good thing though is, remember, and I'm glad you asked only because most of the grants we got are federal grants. And those federal grants come with exact timelines for reporting requirements and looking into. And if in fact there is any discrepancies or so forth, we wouldn't get them. And the public should know that the Port Authority have done a credible job in managing, being stewards of all our resources and getting all these federal grants, which they have to be monitored, not just not on a yearly basis, but on a quarterly basis. Those submissions have to be made as well. So I want to also take a quick second to recognize those people that hold the Port Authority and set the policies, which would be Attorney General Denise George. That's one of the people that's on our board. The chairperson, Mr. Willard John, of course, Commissioner Derek Gabriel of Public Work, Ms. Leona Smith of St. John, Commissioner Joe Bushelter, Mr. Lionel Jacobs, who's been an architect and been in the construction business a very long time, Mr. Kevin Rodriguez from the EDA, and of course, the Calypso King of the World, Senator Celestino A. White Sr. So that's what he called himself. So, but that's the people that looks every day as to our day-to-day affairs. So we don't have no problem that I know of in terms of our transparency. I think from our staff right on could probably tell you what we're doing, what we're spending. If you go on our website, you could see all the projects, whatever we might be doing. And I wrap up by saying that from the Port Authority standpoint is, in fact, Big Brother does look over our shoulders.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Assistant Director, since you had opened, do you have any closing remarks that you want to put on record? And then, Mr. Chairman?
No, sir.
Okay. The Executive Director was good enough. Thank you. Executive, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, on behalf of the board, we will continue to do our duties in establishing policy and overlooking the procedures and work ethics and whatever they're doing at the Port Authority. We'll continue to do that and make sure we continue in this positive direction.
Thank you. And special thank you and to the youngsters in the room, and thank you for all that you do, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Smith, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name, but Mr. Thomas, Executive Director Dow, I ask you to continue recruiting our youngsters like these so that our young, brilliant minds can remain in the territory to help build upon what we have so that we could be a better Virgin Islands. Thank you to the Port Authority employees as well that continue to keep our ports going, and the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, May 4th is hereby adjourned.